Chapter 402. Back then, Lin Feng had left a stream of transcendence energy in Luo Qingwu's heavenly dark soul pearl. As long as Luo Qingwu was willing, she could contact Lin Feng through this stream of transcendence energy at any time. Therefore, before they parted, Lin Feng had told the little girl that if she was unhappy at home, she could come to Yujing Mountain to play. However, who knew that the little girl had gone back for half a year, and there had been no news from her at all. Lin Feng could sense that the transcendence energy he had left in the heavenly dark soul pearl had not met with any accident. It had not been erased or controlled by anyone. In other words, not contacting Lin Feng was the little girl's own intention. This made Lin Feng a little curious. However, he was only curious. If the little girl continued to live a carefree life, there was nothing wrong with it. Right now, Lin Feng's mentality has already gradually changed towards talented people. He still wants to take them in, but it's not that he has to get them. As he pondered, Lin Feng suddenly felt the malicious intent that had been spying on him when the Iron Tree clone was going through the Thunder Tribulation. Cruel, vicious, cunning. The other party's transcendence energy clearly revealed these negative emotions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look. He saw the void tremble, and a figure slowly walked out from the crack in space. This person's transcendence energy was extremely strong. Facing him, Lin Feng vaguely felt as if he was facing the endless sea and sky. As expected, his cultivation level is later stage yuanying. Lin Feng smiled slightly. If this person reaches the primordial soul realm, his strength will be quite extraordinary. The other party was wrapped in a faint layer of fog, making it difficult to see his exact appearance. However, it naturally could not hide Lin Feng's vision. After carefully sizing up the other party, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This person was born with a strange appearance. His appearance was old, his waist was hunched, and his facial features were very strange. He had the face of a bird and the head of a fish. He didn't look like a human, but a little like a demon that had transformed into a human. However, it wasn't complete enough, leaving behind many of the characteristics of a beast. However, when Lin Feng observed this person's magic power, it was clearly the magic power fluctuations of a human cultivator, and not the Yao power of the Yao race. Lin Feng sized up the bird-faced, fish-headed monster with great interest. Could it be that it's the same as my Iron Tree clone, having refined some kind of monster as a clone? His gaze made the eccentric very unhappy. He sneered, "You actually managed to refine a sorrow Iron Tree as your avatar? How lucky! However, your ancestor, have benefited from it. Hand over your avatar to me." This person's voice was also extremely strange. It was sharp and ear-piercing like the howling winds in the sky, but also deep and surging like the waves of the sea. After saying one sentence, the strange person directly stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Lin Feng's Iron Tree clone. His palm instantly turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. When Lin Feng saw this, he didn't panic. Instead, his eyes lit up. Although the other party's grab seemed simple, it actually contained many kinds of power concepts. Under the cover of the palm, it vaguely produced a kind of heaven and earth within the palm. It contained the profound mysteries of the power of space. The space under the palm was gathering towards the center of his palm. Even if the opponent tried to dodge in other directions, it would be useless. They wouldn't be able to escape from this eccentric's palm. Other than that, there seemed to be a whirlpool in the center of the palm that kept spinning, forming a huge suction force. When the 5 fingers spread out, countless astral winds swept up, covering the field and tearing it apart. Under this eccentric's grab, opponents below the late yuanying realm couldn't escape. It would be difficult for them to even resist. They could only obediently wait for death. But this didn't include Lin Feng. He stood leisurely in place, not dodging or avoiding, only calmly looking at the eccentric. The eccentric was startled. He sensed danger, but it was too late. Slowly, a blazing sun rose from the bottom of his palm. Although it seemed slow, it was filled with an unstoppable strength. Lin Feng's great sun god fist was like the rising sun striking the eccentric's palm. The violent strength directly shattered the eccentric's claw. The eccentric cried out and quickly withdrew his hand. The giant claw that covered the sky disappeared. The eccentric looked down at his palm and saw that it was charred black. What violent physical strength! And that golden flame is one of the 7 great true flames, the solar true fire. The eccentric's eyes suddenly blazed. He looked up at Lin Feng, but he had already become much more cautious. Lin Feng calmly stared back at him. The monster looked at Lin Feng's calm and collected appearance, and his ferocious aura retracted quite a bit. When the iron tree doppelganger went through the thunder tribulation, he saw that it was only a doppelganger of Lin Feng. He didn't know where the real body was, but the eccentric had always been greedy and bold. The doppelganger refined by the Shura iron tree was very attractive to him, so he decided to take the risk without hesitation. However, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Dao Master Changle of the Great Qin dynasty. So when he sensed Dao Master Changle coming, he had no choice but to retreat. After a while, he found that Lin Feng's iron tree doppelganger was alone. After confirming that Dao Master Changle was not nearby, the eccentric attacked. He originally thought that Lin Feng's iron tree doppelganger had just gone through the thunder tribulation and should be very weak. Even if it was not weak, it should be easy to capture a mere early Yuanian cultivator. He didn't expect that the power of the iron tree doppelganger was far beyond his imagination. Without using the heaven and earth avatar, he actually suffered a little from the iron tree doppelganger. Although the eccentric was confident that as long as he used the heaven and earth avatar, he could still capture Lin Feng's doppelganger. But he couldn't end the battle in 2 or 3 moves. If Lin Feng's real body was strong and suddenly came at this time, he would inevitably suffer a greater loss. Thinking up to here, the weirdo instantly retracted all of his malice. After staring at Lin Feng for a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "For what happened just now, I apologize to you." Lin Feng looked at him silently and didn't speak. This strange man obviously knew that what he had just done was not something that could be brushed aside with just a few words. He could naturally just turn around and leave, but after seeing Lin Feng's true fire of the sun, he had a new idea. The eccentric said, "I know the location of a secret treasure. I am willing to share it with you as an apology. I am Ancestral Master Kuan-Yu. May I know how I should address you?" Lin Feng sized him up and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You can't take out the secret treasure by yourself, right?" "Ancestral Master Kuan," you answered calmly. "That's right. But without me, no one else can take out the secret treasure by themselves. I know the way to open the secret treasure, but there are restrictions protecting the outside of the secret treasure. I can't break through it by myself. If I have your help, I can succeed immediately." Ancestral Master Kuan-Yu grinned and said, "Let's work together. After we take out the secret treasure, we will share it equally. How about that? In this world, I am the only one who knows the exact location of the secret treasure." Lin Feng asked silently, "What secret treasure?" Ancestral Master Kuan-Yu chuckled. "The Kuan Peng secret treasure, a Kuan Peng great sage who achieved the 3rd level of the immortal demon Soul Died in the Divine Land. The Kuan Peng was one of the primordial demons. It was on the same level as the Tao Tai Qiong Qi, primordial sky dragon, phoenix, and other races. It had two forms, Kuan and Peng. It was a Kuan in the water and a Peng when it came out of the water. It was the largest demon race in the great heaven primordial world. Its power was proportional to its size, and it was one of the most powerful demon races. There was also a Kuan Peng great sage in Tianhuang mainland, but it was said that he only had the first level of the immortal demon soul, so he wasn't included in the list of the 10 sages of the demon race. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The Kuan Peng secret treasure? He recalled the time when he had just reached Foundation establishment and went to the Kunlun mountain range to look for Yujing Mountain. That was the first time Lin Feng had met Yang Qing and captured the Fire Crow young master and a few Wind God sect disciples. One of the Wind God sect disciples, named Gao Fan, tried to subdue the Great Yin True Water with an evil technique, but ended up being killed by the Great Yin True Water. From that person, Lin Feng learned about the Kuan Peng secret treasure for the first time. The Kuan Peng secret treasure was hidden in the Arctic Ice Sea and was sealed by the 1,000-year mystic ice all year round. Although Gao Fan knew the location and had obtained the Kuan Peng scale that could open the secret treasure, he couldn't break the mystic ice, not to mention Gao Fan. Even a primordial divinity cultivator would be powerless against the mysterious ice of the North Sea. It was an extreme ice that had been frozen for more than 10,000 years. The world was extremely cold, and even space and time were completely sealed. It was impossible to pass through the void. Fortunately, there was an alternation of yin and yang in the world. Every once in a while, the mystic ice would be eroded by the yang qi and become weaker. Only when the yang qi of the North Sea melted and the yin qi regained the upper hand would the mystic ice become stronger again. After the weakened mystic ice, powerful cultivators who could control the 7 true fires could try to break the mystic ice by force. The Great Yin True Water, which was known as the commander of all water and could control all ice water in the world, could also break the mystic ice. Therefore, poor Gao Fan didn't know that even if he really obtained the Great Yin True Water, he couldn't break the mystic ice as a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu was also facing the same problem. Therefore, after seeing Lin Feng's True Fire of the Sun, he wanted to invite Lin Feng to join forces. When Lin Feng got the news from Gao Fan, the North Sea was in a period of intense yin qi, and the mystic ice was even stronger. Moreover, his cultivation level was still low at that time, so he temporarily forgot about this matter. After hearing Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's suggestion, Lin Feng asked, "Is the yang qi in the North Sea the upper hand now?" Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heart sank when he heard this. He immediately knew that Lin Feng knew something about the Kuan Peng secret treasure. At this moment, the strange old man couldn't help but feel like he was asking a tiger for its skin. He braced himself and said, "Yes, before this year's summer solstice, the yang qi will suppress the yin qi. However, after this year's summer solstice, the yang qi will start to fade and the yin qi will increase. For a long time in the future, the yin qi will have the upper hand." Lin Feng opened his palm. "With this thing in hand, I don't think I need to cooperate with you." It was a fish scale. It looked like it was only the size of a fingernail, but it contained layers of space power that suppressed its size. Its real size was probably about 1 square kilometer. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu glanced at it and sneered. "Kuan Peng's scale, I'm not afraid to tell you that this thing can indeed locate the Kuan Peng secret treasure, but it can only bring you to the entrance. If you want to go deeper into the secret treasure, this thing is not enough." Chapter 4:03. Lin Feng looked at Ancestral Master Kuan Yu calmly. "Oh, you mean you have a way to enter the Kuan Peng treasure? Ancestral Master Kuan, you smiled proudly. That's right. If you want to enter the Kuan Peng treasure, you must have the pure Kuan Peng bloodline. I am such a person. Lin Feng sized up his bird face and fish head appearance, coming to a realization. So this person refined the bloodline of the great demon Kuan Peng into his body. That's why he has this appearance. Ancestral Master Kuan, you was no longer a pure human. He was half human and half demon. He was originally a human, but he had refined the Kuan Peng's bloodline into his body. His bloodline had fused with it, and his outer appearance had some characteristics of a Kuan Peng. The Dharma spell he cast just now, which manifested into a giant hand that blotted out the sky, had also incorporated the innate divine ability of the Kuan Peng demon clan. His palm was like the abyss of the sea, and when he spread his fingers, it was like a rock spreading its wings. Ancestral Master Kuan, you was unhappy that Lin Feng was looking at him up and down. He snorted. Do you understand now? If you want to enter the Kuan Peng treasure, you must cooperate with me. Hearing that, Lin Feng smiled leisurely. My motto has always been to simplify complicated matters as much as possible. Don't make simple matters more complicated than they should be. Ancestral Master Kuan, you was stunned. What do you mean? Lin Feng said lightly, I have a way to break through the mystic ice of the North Sea. I have a way to determine the exact location of the Kuan Peng's treasure. The only thing I lack is the Kuan Peng bloodline. Since that's the case, as long as I capture you, then wouldn't all the conditions be met? It's very simple. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Ancestral Master Kuan, you was so angry that he laughed. You don't know what's good for you. I was willing to give you a share because I thought highly of you. Since you don't want it, I will let you know what it means to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. While speaking, he bluntly put his palms together and then suddenly separated again, a violent gust of wind chopping towards Lin Feng. Wherever the astral wind passed, a huge crack would be torn open in the space, causing the space to distort. Lin Feng faintly smiled, extending his right hand horizontally forward. Black light flashed on his palm. Within the light, there seemed to be the image of a towering tree with iron trunks and twisted branches swaying, revealing an indestructible, immortal, and powerful concept of strength. When the astral winds struck the silhouette of the iron tree, it suddenly twisted in the air before exploding into thousands upon thousands of sharp wind blades that shot in all directions. These fine wind blades fell among the mountains, leaving cracks on the mountain peaks. There were even small peaks that were split open. Just the ripples that spread out were already so powerful. The destructive power of a complete astral wind was evident. However, the silhouette of the iron tree in Lin Feng's right hand only shook violently, like a stone thrown into the water. The ripples kept on shaking, but in the end, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's expression darkened, but the greed in his eyes burned brighter. The most powerful thing about the Shura iron tree was its impenetrable defense. It was known as the king of the demon race's defense. In terms of pure defense, it was unparalleled. Lin Feng's iron tree clone's strength had increased greatly after transcending the lightning tribulation and reaching the Yuanying stage. In terms of defense, it could be said to be terrifying. After blocking Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's attack, Lin Feng didn't panic. He pointed at him. Two Realm Void technique. Lin Feng's Dharma technique was activated, and it targeted the space where Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's lower body was. The boundary of the space was stuck at Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's waist. This Dharma technique was about to directly cut this old monster in half. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu quickly realized that something was wrong. He wanted to use his own Dharma power to stabilize the void, but it was useless. The upper and lower body of a mighty late-stage Yuanian cultivator was directly separated. When Ancestral Master Kuan Yu came back to his senses, he discovered that everything below his waist had disappeared. He looked over in a daze and saw Lin Feng grabbing one of his legs and holding his lower body upside down. Lin Feng smiled. "All right, I have the Kuan Peng bloodline to open the Kuan Peng secret treasure." Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With his Yuanian cultivation, he wouldn't die even if his body was cut in half. He still had a chance to possess someone else's body, but how could a new body compare to the original body that had the Kuan Peng bloodline? "You are courting death." Ancestral Master Kuan Yu roared angrily. A ball of light flew out from his head and turned into a huge Peng. It was covered in green feathers, had a golden beak, and had white feathers on its head. Lin Feng saw this and found it interesting. "Oh, this person cultivated the heaven and earth Dharma form. Is it in the form of the Kuan Peng? But why is it only in the form of a Peng?" The Kuan Peng was a Kuan in the water and a Peng when it came out of the water. That was the innate divine ability of the pure Kuan Peng. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu had clearly used his own Dharma power to form the heaven and earth Dharma form. Logically speaking, it should have both the Kuan and Peng forms, but there was only the Peng form in front of him. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu roared, and the heaven and earth Dharma form flapped its wings, creating a strong wind. Other than Tao Master Heavenly Wind, Lin Feng had never seen such a powerful wind elemental Dharma power attack in his life. The heaven and earth Dharma form was the foundation of a late-stage Yuanian cultivator's strength. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heaven and earth Dharma form attack was much stronger than before. Even though the Shura iron tree was born with a strong defense, it was hard to guarantee its safety against a late-stage Yuanian cultivator. But Lin Feng had no intention of passively defending. Facing Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heaven and earth Dharma form, Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his right hand. Then he suddenly clenched his fist. There was a loud sound that startled the great void and shook the universe. The entire void in front of Lin Feng suddenly collapsed, turning into endless elements of fire, water, and wind that surged up in an instant. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heaven and earth Dharma form originally created a strong wind, but when Lin Feng clenched his fist, the void shattered. The endless elements of fire, water, and wind surged. It was like the universe before the creation of heaven and earth. The chaotic four elements of the universe were like a raging flood that rushed toward Ancestral Master Kuan Yu. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's expression completely changed. "Who are you?" He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out his trump card. The Peng above his head spread its wings, and the green wings suddenly turned pitch black. When the black wings spread, the entire world suddenly turned dark. It was as if day had instantly turned into night. The world was completely plunged into darkness. All light, all things, all life, everything was swallowed by the darkness. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What a familiar power, intent. The most extreme darkness. Isn't this the darkness origin, intent, that only the dark beastming do has, other than the Kuan Peng bloodline? You also have the power of Mingdu. Although Ancestral Master Kuan Yu used the full power of the two beasts, he still couldn't resist Lin Feng's heaven and earth-shattering Dharma art. The turbulent elements of fire, water, and wind tore through the darkness and reappeared. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's Peng heaven and earth Dharma form grabbed what was left of his body and quickly flew away. The Kuan Peng in its Peng form was extremely fast. It was one of the fastest in the entire demon race. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heaven and earth Dharma form was fully activated. Just his speed alone was comparable to that of a normal essence soul cultivator. This kind of speed wasn't something a Yuanian cultivator could catch up to. Lin Feng smiled. He waved his hand, and a purple flag appeared in front of him. He grabbed the flag and waved it. Immediately, two invisible astral winds rushed out. They passed through the layers of space and chased after Ancestral Master Kuan Yu. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu was disdainful at first, but he soon realized that the two astral winds were faster than him. These two invisible astral winds were extremely powerful. They formed a cross in the air and slashed at Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's heaven and earth Dharma form, directly shattering it. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's entire body was withered, and he still wanted to struggle, but Lin Feng had already caught up. He waved the purple flag again, and another huge black ice soul flew out. It emitted a piercing cold air and froze Ancestral Master Kuan Yu. The powerful freezing power made Ancestral Master Kuan Yu a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, unable to even self-destruct his Yuaniing. He could only watch as he was frozen and unable to resist. This black ice soul was a fake god that Lin Feng had refined using the Yu family's late-stage Yuanian cultivator, Yu Ilwan's heaven and earth Dharma form. It was much stronger than a Yuanian cultivator. In a one-on-one battle, Ancestral Master Kuan Yu wasn't a match for it. The two astral winds that chased after him weren't ordinary astral winds either. They were fake gods that Lin Feng had refined. He used the Yuanian and heaven and earth Dharma form of two late-stage wind Yuanian cultivators from the wind god sect as raw materials. This was the essence of their Tao and the nine-sky, formless astral wind. Although it was a fake god, its flying speed was still at the primordial spirit level. Lin Feng used the black ice soul fake god to capture Ancestral Master Kuan Yu and restrain his Yuaniing. Then, he extracted his divine soul's memory. This person's luck is not bad, but it's equivalent to giving me a gift. Lin Feng thought, other than the Kuan Peng's treasure, he actually knows the whereabouts of a complete dark, solitary skeleton. Its value is not much less than the Kuan Peng's treasure. It might be even more important to me. Within the yin and yang life and death formation's 6 paths of life and death, there is a transformation called the light and darkness transformation. If Lin Feng can obtain the solitary dark skeleton, then maybe he can satisfy one of the 2 core conditions of the light and darkness transformation. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu had another secret that slightly surprised Lin Feng. What he had just captured was actually a doppelganger of this person. This old monster's cultivation was at the late stage of Yuaniing. His doppelganger was also at the late stage of Yuaniing. He had cultivated 2 heaven and earth Dharma forms. One had the Kuan shape of the Kuan Peng, and the other had the Peng shape of the Kuan Peng. In the future, when this person reached the primordial soul realm, he would be different from others. He would have to use a secret method to combine 2 Yuaniing and 2 heaven and earth Dharma forms. But there were many obstacles, so this Ancestral Master Kuan Yu had always been very concerned about the Kuan Peng's treasure. If he could obtain the complete inheritance of the Kuan Peng, he would be able to advance steadily and reach the primordial soul realm. Now that his doppelganger had been captured by Lin Feng, his original body naturally got the news. He was angry and afraid. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He put away the purple flag and rushed to Qingyang Mountain, which was not far away from Tianjin City. After the exam, Zhu Yi would pay his respects to his mother, Meng Bingyun, and sweep her grave. Lin Feng also just happened to want to verify something. Chapter 404. Lin Feng arrived at Mount Qingyang. At the foot of the mountain, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others were already waiting for him, knowing that they were going to visit Zhu Yi's mother's grave. Not to mention the little Shi Tianhao. Even the noisy Tunton stood there silently. Lin Feng saw Zhu Yi, slightly nodding his head. Tianhao has already told your master about your exam results. You've done well. I'm sure your mother in the underworld will also feel gratified. Zhu Yi said, Disciple originally wanted to wait for the autumn examination and get a good result before coming to pay my respects and comfort Mother's spirit in heaven. But thinking that I haven't come to visit Mother's grave for many years, I was afraid that Mother's grave was messy, so I couldn't help but come today. Lin Feng nodded. That's what I should do. Zhu Yi hesitated for a moment and said softly, Master, I want to move my mother's grave to the mountain gate. I hope you will allow me to do so. Sure. Lin Feng agreed. I agree to this matter. You just need to do it. A smile appeared on Zhu Yi's face. Thank you, Master. The group walked up Mount Qingyang. On the way, Zhuge Fengling quietly fell behind. She pulled Tunton and asked, Brother Zhu's mother, was she really the saintess of Taishu Temple? Tunton sneaked a glance at Zhu Yi and whispered, Absolutely. It couldn't be more real. Jun Zining was shocked. The saintess of Taishu Temple? Isn't that the Taoist world wayfarer? I heard from my father that Taishu Temple is the world's most sacred place. The Taoist world wayfarer is the leader of Taishu Temple's disciples. If Brother Zhu's mother was really the saintess of Taishu Temple, she should be buried in Taishu Temple. Why was she buried in such a small place? Tunton curled its lips. She violated the rules of Taishu Temple and was expelled. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Yi turned around expressionlessly and glanced at her. The little Taotai Tunton, who had always been fearless and stubborn even if it was afraid, felt its hairs stand on end when Zhu Yi looked at it. It hurriedly coughed and did not dare to continue speaking. However, she still secretly told Zhuge Fengling and Jun Zining through telepathy, his mother cultivates the Taishang Wang Qing Dao of the two supreme great Daos of the Taishu Temple, Tai and Su scriptures. She first obtains emotions before forgetting them. She hates to be entangled with other people's emotions the most. In the end, not only did this Meng Bingyun have emotional entanglements with the Marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hanguo, she even betrayed her master for Zhu Hanguo. That's why she ended up in such a miserable state. Jun Zining frowned, her small face wrinkled. This Zhu Hanguo is really a heartless person. Zhuge Fengling grinned and did not say anything. She had seen many people and things, so she did not find it strange. Lin Feng, who was walking at the front of the group, suddenly paused, his gaze looking towards the mountainside. Zhu Yi followed Lin Feng's gaze and looked over. His heart could not help but tighten. Master, did something happen? That's the location of my mother's grave. Lin Feng shook his head. Nothing happened. It's just that there's already someone there. There's someone else. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the rest were all surprised. Their spiritual senses were also quite sharp, but they could not sense the existence of anyone else at all. Even though Lin Feng had already told them that there was someone there, they did not discover anything when they swept over with their divine sense. Lin Feng actually only vaguely felt that there was someone there. Who it was, what Tao technique they cultivated, and what they were doing, he could not see anything at all, as if there was a thick layer of fog separating them. If my original body was here, and my divine sense was stronger, perhaps I would be able to see more clearly. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhu Yi, whose expression was obviously not good, and said calmly, It's not a grave robber. You don't have to worry about that. Zhu Yi took a deep breath, nodded, and walked towards Meng Bingyun's grave. In the distance, they could already see Meng Bingyun's grave, but Zhu Yi stopped in his tracks, because just as Lin Feng had said, there was a person standing in front of his mother's grave. That person stood there silently, not emitting any aura at all. Even though he was clearly standing there, he gave off a faintly discernible feeling, as if his entire body had merged with heaven and earth, becoming one with the world, leaving not a single trace. But if one saw him with the naked eye, all attention would immediately be drawn to him, as if this person was the center of the entire universe. This person wore embroidered clothes and wore a purple gold crown on his head. His sideburns were slightly white, and his 2 hands were as white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust. He gave off a feeling that he held infinite power. Zhu Yi's breathing paused slightly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had seen his true nature, and his unwavering state of mind gradually boiled up. Because this person was his father, the great Zhou Empire's grand tutor, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu. Zhu Hongwu turned around slowly, and his gaze swept past Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, you've come to visit your mother's grave. His gaze swept past Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others, and finally landed on Lin Feng. The master of the mysterious gate, Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at Zhu Hongwu calmly. Beside him, Zhu Yi also stared at this Marquis of Zhou Xuanji. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly. Xiaoyi? Zhu Yi's gaze suddenly calmed down, becoming deep and reserved again. Looking at Zhu Hongwu, his gaze also became calm again. Zhu Hongwu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Looking at Zhu Yi, who suddenly became quiet, he was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Zhu Yi a few more times, and then moved his gaze away again, landing on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, Marquis of Xuanji, you came at a bad time today. This was a tacit understanding. If Lin Feng did not enter Tianjing City, Emperor Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu would not make things difficult for Zhu Yi. At the same time, it was not time for the two to meet, and now was not the right time. Zhu Hongwu said calmly, I will obey His Majesty's decree. This is the duty of an official. I have no intention of being your enemy. I came here today to verify one thing, my private matter. Lin Feng's gaze flashed slightly as he said, Since it's like this, why not do it now? Some things, it's better to say it clearly today. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhu Yi took a step forward and looked at Zhu Hongwu calmly, saying, Zhu Hongwu, I only came today to ask you one thing. My mother, how did she die? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi's entire being seemed to have changed. It was like a kind of transcendence, similar to the ease Xiao Yan felt when he defeated Morong Yanran on Yunqing Peak and finally broke through the blockage in his heart. Back then, in the Marquis's residence, when he faced Zhu Hongwu, even if he had doubts about his mother's death, he did not dare to say it out loud, because without strength, the reason in his heart could not be upheld. In the face of Zhu Hongwu's strength, but no reason, he could only be a yes man and swallow his anger. The world was big, but the reason was the most important. It was the right way for powerful people to reason. At this moment, Zhu Yi's state of mind was clear and carefree. He felt that his spirit and willpower were unprecedentedly complete, and he could almost go through the chilly wind tribulation and advance to the late stage of golden elixir. Hearing Zhu Yi's question, Zhu Hongwu just raised his eyebrows and said, What did you call me just now? You are also a scholar, but where did all the books you read go? Didn't you read the etiquette? Don't you understand the 3 cardinal principles and 5 virtues? Don't you understand ethics? Why did you call me by my name? Silently, Zhu Yi said, The 3 cardinal principles and ethics are for people who have feelings and righteousness. Why should I talk about the 3 cardinal principles and ethics with a heartless person like you? How you treat mother, how you treat me, both of us are clear in our hearts, so there is no need to say one thing at a time, right? Zhu Hongwu's eyes stared at Zhu Yi, his gaze like 2 cold lightning bolts. After a while, he turned to look at Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng, is this how you teach your disciple? Disrespectful, improper, and unethical. Lin Feng faintly smiled and said indifferently, "How I teach my disciple, there is no need for others to interfere. Even if it is you, it is the same. Although you are little Yi's blood relative, you have never done your duty to teach. You only know how to use the rules and etiquette to restrain the body and mind of others, satisfying your own desire for control and selfishness. You are a father and a husband in vain." Lin Feng's gaze swept over Meng Bingyun's grave and calmly said, "I do not know what kind of entanglement you had with Meng Bingyun, but you have continued this entanglement to the next generation. You see Zhu Yi as grass, so don't blame Zhu Yi for seeing you as an enemy. There is a cause, and there is an effect. The cause and effect you sowed will inevitably end on you. This is the way of the heavens. No one can be an exception." Zhu Hongwu's gaze also fell on Meng Bingyun's grave. His cold expression suddenly disappeared. Silently, he said, "Then you mixed in the cause and effect between us, father and wife. Do you think you can stay out of this?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "I am mixed in, so what?" The spring chill was chilly, the cold wind gusted. After who knows how long, Zhu Hongwu's voice came from the air. "If the heavens want to destroy, they will first make you crazy. Lin Feng, you are not far from death. Unfilial son, you think you can be lawless just because you have Xianmen Tianzong as your backing? You need to know you are not your master after all," Zhu Yi said calmly. "You also need to know doing too much evil will only bring about your own destruction." Zhu Hongwu suddenly unfolded a portrait. On the portrait was a woman with peerless beauty. The painter's brushwork was not smooth, and even seemed a bit cold, but it revealed an unparalleled aura, similar to Zhu Hongwu himself. When Zhu Yi saw the woman in the portrait, his breathing slightly paused, because he recognized that the person in the portrait was his mother, Meng Bingyun. Zhu Hongwu unfolded the portrait, silently looked at it for a moment, then said, "Taishu Temple is used to using the people of the world as chess pieces to complete their own arrangements, but they do not know that there is far more than one person playing chess. But Bingyun, I must admit, you made a good move that exceeded my expectations. This might also be the move you are most proud of in your life." He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Feng. "I heard that you and Bingyun are old acquaintances." Lin Feng's expression did not change. His heart did not jump. "That's right." Zhu Hongwu looked at the portrait, then looked at the grave at the side, and let out a long sigh. "Good move." His emotions quickly calmed down. The gaze he looked at Lin Feng was a bit strange. "You should also know the overall arrangement of Taishu Temple has changed, right?" Chapter 405. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Hongwu indifferently. Both of their expressions were very calm. The others, on the other hand, felt a little strange. Zhu Yi was dissatisfied with Zhu Hongwu's words about Meng Bingyun, but he also realized that there were still many things he didn't know before. He still didn't know much about his mother. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had learned many secrets of the Taishu Temple from his previous contact with Yan Mingyue, Miao Shihao, and Qin Gang, so he understood the meaning behind Zhu Hongwu's words. Although the Taishu Temple was divided into conservatives and radicals, relatively speaking, the conservatives had the advantage. Otherwise, the Taishu Temple wouldn't still be in seclusion until now. The purpose of the Taishu Temple's conservatives was to try their best to calm down and eliminate the disputes between the major forces of the human race, preserve the human race's power in the cultivation world, and deal with the upcoming racial war with the demon realm in the future. From a simple point of view, it was actually quite good. But the problem was that even if the Taishu Temple was the #1 holy land of the human race's cultivation world, it was impossible to eliminate the disputes of the various parties with just a few words. Therefore, while the Taishu Temple tried their best to adjust, they also had many methods of their own. Among them, constantly making arrangements to create checks and balances between the major forces was the main method. From a certain point of view, the actions of the Taishu Temple were quite like using the world as a chess piece. Even the Great Lane Temple and the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, which were ranked among the 3 holy lands, were also within the scope of the Taishu Temple's plans. Before the War of Vanquishing Buddhism, the layout of the Taishu Temple was to use the Great Lane Temple to balance the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Shu Mountain Sword Sect to balance the Great Qin Dynasty. The 2 holy lands separately restrained the 2 dynasties. This was the restriction between the most powerful forces in the Divine Land. For the slightly weaker forces, there were other ways to restrict them. For example, the confrontation between the Northern Militant Royal Court and the Tianqi sect also had the shadow of the Taishu Temple behind it. The Taishu Temple would not allow one side to completely destroy the other. Instead, it would constantly weaken the strong and make up for the weak, thus achieving a balance in the overall situation. It would cause both sides to hold back from taking action, and it would not cause a real fight. Since the last war with the Yao realm, the power structure of the human cultivation world had basically stabilized. All the major forces were recuperating. Aside from the occasional demonic cultivators who would be wiped out and disappear, the overall situation in the Divine Land was relatively peaceful. Everything changed because of the Buddhist extermination war. Under the influence of many factors, with the Great Zhou Dynasty taking the lead, many forces, including the Mount Shu Sword Sect, formed an alliance and annihilated the Tempest Temple together. The radical faction of the Taishu Temple even personally took action. With the help of the Supreme Formation Breaking Drum and the Divine Martial Immortal Extermination Formation, they forcefully broke the Vairocana formation. As for the conservative faction of Taishu Temple, for some unknown reason, they strangely remained silent in this battle, watching coldly from the sidelines. After the Buddhist extermination war, the Great Zhou Dynasty, which had almost perished together with the Tempest Temple, successfully digested most of the warring states, so their strength did not decrease, but increased. This directly led to the collapse of the Void Temple's original layout. The Great Zhou Dynasty lost the Great Thunder Temple's restriction and developed more and more rapidly. They purged the sects and families within their borders and invaded and annexed many of the surrounding small countries, their power growing more and more. Until now, they had already surpassed the originally stronger Great Qin Dynasty, and were even eyeing the Great Qin Dynasty covetously. This situation naturally made the Taishu Temple worried. At this time, a new force appeared in the eyes of the Taishu Temple and the people of the world. This force was Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong. Especially after the Battle of Kunlun Mountain, Xianmen Tianzong had established their position as the overlord of Kunlun Mountain and had already become a force that could not be underestimated in the Divine Land. According to the consistent principles of the Taishu Temple, the complete destruction of the Wind God sect was the biggest taboo of the Taishu Temple. In particular, the death of Tao Master Tianfeng, a primordial soul realm cultivator, was even more unacceptable. In the war with the demon clan, every primordial soul realm cultivator was an immeasurable wealth. The more large-scale the war, the more valuable the high-end combat power was. Of course, Lin Feng understood this. Therefore, between Tao Master Tianfeng and Xianming Tao Master Yuxintao, he chose Tao Master Tianfeng because he could use Tao Master Tianfeng as bait to catch the big fish, the Golden Crow Sage. The final result from the perspective of the human clan and the demon clan was that the human clan's Tao Master Tianfeng, who was in the first tier of the primordial soul realm, had traded for the demon clan's Golden Crow Great Sage, who was one of the 10 sages of the demon clan. The human clan had made a fortune. In other words, Tao Master Tianfeng and the Golden Crow Sage had perished together. With this as the foundation, the Taishu Temple acquiesced to the fact that Lin Feng had killed Tao Master Tianfeng. Otherwise, they would not have helped Lin Feng block sword master Li Meng of the Mount Shu sword sect. But Lin Feng would not thank the Taishu Temple, because this was only a part of the Taishu Temple's plan. After the rise of Xianmen Tianzong, it also became a useful pawn in the eyes of the Taishu Temple. However, Xianmen Tianzong still needed to continue to grow, so the Taishu Temple gave him a helping hand. After Xianmen Tianzong completely grew up, the opponent that the Taishu Temple prepared for Xianmen Tianzong was the Mount Shu sword sect. Lin Feng, Zhu Hongwu, and some discerning people could already see that the Taishu Temple had begun a new round of its plan. The two most important points in this round of plan were that the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty had changed their opponents. The Mount Shu sword sect, which had originally restrained the Great Qin dynasty, was given to Xianmen Tianzong in the new arrangement of the Taishu Temple. The Great Qin dynasty would replace the destroyed Great Lane Temple to fight against the Great Zhou dynasty. There were also things that could be adjusted. For example, before the heavenly sect of Xianmen displayed the strength to fight to the death with the Mount Shu sword sect, they might first draw the two strongest experts of the Mount Shu sword sect and the Great Zhou dynasty to fight. In short, the final principle of all the arrangements of the Taishu Temple was to balance the overall situation of the divine land. Of course, no matter if it was the Great Zhou dynasty, the Mount Shu sword sect, the Great Qin dynasty, Lin Feng's Xianmen Tianzong, the Tianqi sect, the Northern Militant Imperial Court, and many other powers, no one would be willing to be a pawn of the Taishu Temple. Everyone had their own calculations and their own goals. It was not that the Taishu Temple had not made mistakes before. Not to mention the distant battles, the Buddhist extermination war was the best example. Who won and who lost, who was the chess player and who was the pawn, who could achieve their own plans, all depended on their own strength and planning. Zhu Hongwu looked silently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he smiled. The Taishu Temple has its own arrangements, but everyone has their own goals and plans. You and Liang Pan should know this the best. The Great Zhou Emperor's decision to rule the world is the trend of the times and the will of the heavens. Zhu Hongwu said calmly. This is the trend of the times, and not something a single sect can decide. Evil sects trying to control the world and take control of the country are just a joke. When he said this, Zhu Hongwu's gaze was extremely calm. It was so calm that he could not be bothered to argue with others. Hearing this, Zhu Yi's body shook as he stared at Zhu Hongwu. Although Zhu Hongwu did not say it clearly, the meaning behind his words had already revealed the cause of Meng Bingyun's death. Even if there was true love between them, it was inevitable that they would part ways one day. This was because both of them had their own beliefs and goals and were willing to devote their entire lives to them. This was far beyond the feelings between a man and a woman. Zhu Hongwu took one last look at the woman in the portrait. He clenched his hand, and a blazing yang energy burst out. The portrait turned black, and then started to burn. He did not turn his spiritual power into flames, nor did he gather the fire spiritual energy in the surroundings. He only used the yang energy of his body to ignite the portrait. That exuberant energy was like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look directly at it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The Marquis of Xuanji Zhu, Hongwu's martial cultivation of the body, was even stronger than the northern Rong Zhuoxian prince. He was the strongest martial cultivator he had come into contact with after coming to the heaven primal world. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu burning the portrait. His fists abruptly clenched tightly, his gaze revealing anger. He could feel that Zhu Hongwu burning the portrait that he had personally drawn in the past was to put an end to the past, to completely sever the ties of love between him and Meng Bingyun. This made Zhu Yi feel a bit lost amidst his anger. He could clearly feel that the Zhu Hongwu who had burned the portrait, was completely different. Just like when Zhu Yi questioned Zhu Hongwu, it was a feeling of releasing the shackles of the past. His entire body and mind had transcended and sublimated, his heart feeling incomparably carefree. All the fetters in his heart were completely unblocked, his thoughts unobstructed. In front of Lin Feng and the others, Zhu Hongwu raised his head to look at the sky. The apertures on his body opened and closed together, as if resonating with the stars in the sky, breathing and pulsing together. Endless power erupted. When Zhu Hongwu's energy was surging, it was the same as the northern Rong's Wuxian prince. His masculine energy was practically solid, his body seemingly enveloped by a layer of red light, blazing like the sun. But at this moment, the red light disappeared. In Lin Feng's perception, Zhu Hongwu's body seemed to have become a bottomless abyss, like the quiet and dark starry sky. Only the apertures on his body were like specks of starlight incessantly flickering. Facing Zhu Hongwu was like facing a condensed starry sky of the universe. Shi Tianhao's expression was grave, while Zhuge Fengling, Tunten, and the others all revealed looks of shock and fear. The Zhu Hongwu in front of them was like a divine king that ruled over all the gods of the heavens and earth. His entire body gave off a magical luster, as if he held the most terrifying power in the world. Zhu Yi turned to look at Lin Feng and asked in a deep voice, "Master?" Lin Feng nodded slowly. At this very moment, right in front of us, he has surpassed his previous bottleneck and reached the second tier of the primordial soul stage. It belongs to the second tier of the primordial soul stage. When he first saw Zhu Hongwu, Lin Feng had a feeling that this person's power was already at the peak of the first tier of the primordial soul stage. He was only a paper-thin distance away from the second tier of the primordial soul stage. Once he pierced through that paper-thin layer, he would immediately reach the second tier of the primordial soul stage. From the looks of it, that paper-thin layer was the last flaw in Zhu Hongwu's state of mind, which originated from Meng Bingyun. This flaw was fixed, and Zhu Hongwu immediately reached the second tier of the primordial soul stage. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly feel that this person's actual combat power was extremely terrifying. Although he had just made a breakthrough and leveled up quietly, his strength was much stronger than that of a veteran second tier, primordial soul stage expert like Shi Zongyue. Even the Golden Crow Sage would not be this person's match. This Zhu Hongwu was also an expert who could fight above his level. When he was at the first tier of the primordial soul stage, he could already challenge the Golden Crow Sage and Shi Zongyue. Chapter 406. For normal cultivators to reach the primordial spirit stage, they fuse their yuanying with the aspect of heaven and earth, yuanying as the soul and the aspect of heaven and earth as the body. Then they fuse it with the power of the laws of the world and finally refine a primordial spirit incarnation. After the majority of cultivators form a primordial spirit incarnation, they will abandon their original physical body. There are already many differences between a primordial spirit incarnation and a soul. Once the soul and the body are united, even if they don't have their original physical body, it doesn't matter. Instead, they will break away from all restraints and be free and unfettered, moving unhindered in the world beyond. But people like the northern militant prince, Zhuxian, and Zhu Hongwu in front of him purely used physical body martial arts to reach the primordial spirit stage. Their physical bodies have been tempered hundreds and thousands of times and are inconceivably powerful. When they were still in the late yuanying stage, they still didn't leave their body when they formed the aspect of heaven and earth. Pure martial arts experts, when they are in the late yuanying stage, they will fuse the power of the aspect of heaven and earth with their own physical body, using the power of the aspect of heaven and earth to continue strengthening the power of the physical body and blood. When they refine a primordial spirit incarnation, they will also fuse the primordial spirit incarnation with their physical body, abandoning the wondrous effect of the primordial spirit incarnation being unfettered and unfettered in the world beyond. From this, they will obtain even more powerful physical strength. Zhu Hongwu is also an expert with talent that far surpasses normal people. When he was at the first level of the primordial spirit stage, his battle strength could already challenge the second level of the primordial spirit incarnation. Now that he himself has also advanced to the second level of the primordial spirit, he is even more like a demon god descending into the world. No matter if it is Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, or Tunten, and the others, they all feel a great pressure when facing Zhu Hongwu. In reality, even Lin Feng's Tai Shu clone standing here feels his heart palpitate when facing Zhu Hongwu, but even more of it is joy. Looking at the Marquis of Xuanji's father Zhu, who is flashing with arrogance, Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. That's the way it should be, otherwise it'll be very easy for you to be crushed to death by Taishu Temple. Liang Pan alone won't be able to hold the fort. It'll be hard for the Zhou dynasty to act. Lin Feng was not worried at all about the great Zhou dynasty's power expanding further. The reason was very simple. Taishu Temple was at the top, and its conservative approach had always been to weaken the strong and strengthen the weak. In other words, to the great Zhou dynasty, the Mount Shu sword sect, the great Qin dynasty, Xianmen Tianzong, the reincarnation sect, and the heavenly sword sect, the Taishu Temple style, was to shoot the bird that stuck out. Taishu Temple liked to use the world as a chess piece, but at the same time, it was also a very useful chess piece in everyone's eyes, especially when they were still relatively weak and their opponents just happened to be getting stronger and stronger. Taishu Temple was definitely the best helper. Between them, they were mutually using each other. As for who was using who, the situation was very delicate. Everything depended on one's heart. The one who laughed last was the one who laughed the best. Of course, this was based on the premise that the Taishu Temple's general policy was that the conservative faction was in charge. If the radical faction was in charge, it would be a different situation. However, if the Taishu Temple was really in charge of the radical faction, then it was very likely that it would become everyone's public enemy. Within the Taishu Temple itself, intense games and contests were also being carried out at all times. Seeing Zhu Hongwu burn the portrait and then break through to the second tier of the primordial spirit realm, Zhu Yi felt very conflicted. The scene before him was sufficient to show that Zhu Hongwu was not completely heartless towards Meng Bingyun. All these years, he had long reached the peak of the first tier of the primordial spirit realm. He was only a paper-thin distance away from the second tier. Once he broke through this paper-thin barrier, he would immediately reach the second tier of the primordial spirit realm. And this last gap in his mental state was the entanglement between him and Meng Bingyun. If not for this shackle, Zhu Hongwu would probably have long reached the second tier of the primordial spirit realm. In Zhu Hongwu's heart, there had always been a corner for Meng Bingyun. Even though the two of them had eventually parted ways, and Zhu Hongwu had even indirectly caused Meng Bingyun's death, there had always been a trace of love between the two of them. Knowing this, Zhu Yi should have felt happy. But now he only felt his body turn cold. At this moment, in front of Meng Bingyun's grave, in front of Zhu Yi, Zhu Hongwu had completely severed this trace of love. From now on, Meng Bingyun no longer had any trace in Zhu Hongwu's heart. She was just an ordinary person that he had interacted with in his memories. She was no different from anyone else. Zhu Hongwu's breakthrough happened in a short moment. Soon, the majestic aura he exuded vanished without a trace. He became calm once again. Standing there, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But Lin Feng knows that the current Zhu Hongwu can pounce in front of him at any time. His speed is faster than any spell, even faster than a person's thoughts. His opponent doesn't even have the time to react. His brain doesn't even have the time to react, let alone his body. There seemed to be countless stars flashing in Zhu Hongwu's eyes. Then they were extinguished and turned into streams of light. He stared at Lin Feng with a burning gaze. After a long while, he shook his head. Now is not the time. Lin Feng, you have to thank Taishu Temple. Otherwise, you would not have been able to walk down Qingyang Mountain today. It's not just your avatar. It's the same for your real body. It is the will of the heavens for the great Zhou dynasty to rule the world. Anyone who stands in our way is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Taishu Temple is so. Anyone who does not understand the bigger picture will be the same. Zhu Hongwu's tone was extremely calm. It was as if he was narrating something that everyone knew. His calm tone contained unshakable faith and confidence that came from great power. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Hongwu and suddenly laughed. There's no need for you to beat around the bush. I know what the great Zhou dynasty is relying on. Your advancement to the second tier of the primordial soul realm might have boosted your confidence, but everyone knows that the increase in your cultivation level is insignificant to the bigger picture. If Liang Pan can advance to the third tier of the primordial soul realm, then the great Zhou dynasty will have more confidence. Zhu Hongwu's expression did not change at all. Silently, he said, "It looks like Yan Mingyue has told you many things." Lin Feng smiled, "But the things you know are a bit lacking. Pay more attention to the great Qin dynasty. There's an impressive big guy being created there. It's almost completed." Oh, Zhu Hongwu's expression changed for the first time since the conversation began. His aura trembled slightly. The temperature of the entire Qingyang mountain plummeted. The air seemed to freeze. Even the dust in the air froze in midair. Only Lin Feng and the people of the celestial sect of wonders behind him were not affected. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu, whose expression suddenly changed, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. From the moment they met, Lin Feng had mostly stayed out of the conversation. He gave the right to speak to Zhu Yi, allowing him and Zhu Hongwu to settle their differences. Although Zhu Yi was no longer the same as before, he was still weaker than Zhu Hongwu. Therefore, Zhu Hongwu had always been in control of the conversation. In the end, he had used the power of breaking through to the second tier of the primordial soul realm to raise his aura to the peak. But now, Lin Feng had suppressed Zhu Hongwu with a single sentence. Zhu Hongwu was still the Marquis Xuanji of the great Zhou dynasty. He was second only to one and above everyone else. He was still a super expert of the second tier of the primordial soul realm. But at this moment, he no longer had the domineering aura he had when he had just advanced. The great Qin dynasty? Zhu Hongwu's loss of composure only lasted for a moment. He quickly regained his composure. His face was expressionless. They want to move their home base. During the last great war between the human race and the demon race, it was already damaged beyond recognition. It has not been repaired after thousands of years. It is impossible for them to do it by themselves. It seems that someone is helping them. The expression on Lin Feng's face was as calm as the clouds and wind. He said quietly, "Liang Pan has the thought of becoming the Saint Emperor of the human race, unifying the vast land of the divine prefecture, and then controlling the heavens, turning the 9-5 venerables into the 9-9 venerables." Slowly, Zhu Hongwu said, "The general trend cannot be defied." After saying these words, Zhu Hongwu turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Zhu Yi said silently, "I will move Mother's grave back to Yujing Mountain." Zhu Hongwu did not even turn his head. His footsteps did not stop. Up to you. In any case, she cannot enter the Zhu family's ancestral grave. It is the same wherever she is buried. Hearing this, Zhu Yi was still calm. He was no longer angry. Instead, he smiled. In the future, I will personally bury Mother in the Zhu family's ancestral grave. Huh. Zhu Hongwu's footsteps suddenly stopped. Without turning his head, he asked coldly, "What did you say?" Zhu Yi smiled. "Don't misunderstand. It is not because of the glory of entering the Zhu family's ancestral grave, nor is it to make up for any regrets. It is only because I feel that if I do this, your expression will be very interesting. If Mother's spirit in heaven sees this scene, she will definitely think that I have a childish temper and likes to cause trouble. But she will also smile." Silently, Zhu Hongwu did not move. Although there was a smile on Zhu Yi's face, there was not the slightest warmth in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Hongwu's back. Lin Feng looked at this scene with interest, saying in his heart, "Tsk, Xiaoyi, oh Xiaoyi, you've really pulled the hate in the right place. Even though he was squeezed by your master just now, but after all he's a martial cultivator. He'd rather break than bend. Compared to normal cultivators, his temper is much more violent. It's very possible that he'll immediately make a move right now." Just as Lin Feng thought, Zhu Hongwu now really had the idea of immediately making a move to kill Zhu Yi. But his eyebrows twitched, and he only looked back at Zhu Yi with disdain. Then he left and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Zhu Hongwu disappear, Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and put away the bulwark umbrella that was already secretly in his hand. The smile on Zhu Yi's face disappeared. He looked in the direction in which Zhu Hongwu had left. His expression was indifferent, and he did not speak for a long time. After paying his respects to Meng Bingyun, Zhu Yi used his dermic powers to dig out the soil and stones around the grave. He did not touch the grave itself. Then, with the help of Lin Feng, he brought it back to Yujing Mountain and buried it behind his own cave residence, the Qian Tian Palace. Silently, Lin Feng found that Zhu Yi's current state of mind was calm and composed. It was much stronger than before, and it had transcended the shackles that Zhu Hongwu had placed on him. Sure enough, Zhu Yi's temperament and cultivation had improved. After greeting Lin Feng and settling down the disciples, Zhu Yi entered the dark heaven timeless cave and began to seclude himself to further sort out the gains from this trip to Tianjing City. Oh, after watching Zhu Yi enter the cave, Lin Feng was about to study Kuan Yu's Kuan Peng bloodline when his heart suddenly shook. His divine sense swept over, and saw that Tunten did not return to Desolate Heaven Valley, but instead came to Yujing Mountain and stealthily walked towards the stone room where Hu Yanyan lived. Lin Feng grinned. "Troublemaker, what are you up to now?" Chapter 407. The little Taotai, Tunten, looked left and right like a weasel stealing a chicken as it quietly walked towards Hu Yanyan's stone room. Hu Yanyan was originally Xiao Yan's neighbor, but after Xiao Yan had his own burning heaven cliff cave dwelling, Lin Feng did not continue to trick him. Hu Yanyan stayed on Mount Yujing and lived in her original place. Lin Feng looked at Tunten in amusement. "You're also a brat. You want to take advantage of Hu Yanyan being trapped by the mysterious heaven tribulation flame to hit her while she's down to take revenge?" Sure enough, after Tunten entered Hu Yanyan's stone room, it stared maliciously at the fire fox in human form. After studying Hu Yanyan for a long time, Tunten curled its lips, its face filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. "You foxes are all like this. Even if it was a demon, even if it was also a female, even if it had yet to reach adulthood, Tunten, who had a deep understanding of the aesthetics of the human race, had to admit that Hu Yanyan was breathtakingly beautiful. Her facial features were perfect without the slightest flaw, and her figure was exquisite and alluring. Her temperament was natural, but Her expression was cold and indifferent, forming a strange contrast. She restrained the unique seductive aura of the Fox clan, making Hu Yanyan's beauty even more aggressive and invasive. Tunten looked at Hu Yanyan and then looked down at its clearly undeveloped lowly appearance. Tunten felt increasingly unhappy, and its little face scrunched up like a bun. It bared its teeth and shouted at Hu Yanyan, "Every dog has its day. You bullied me on behalf of Hu Fun. Now it's time to pay your debt." Hu Yanyan's expression was cold and indifferent as she leaned against the wall of the stone room. She appeared very weak, but there was a different kind of lazy beauty to her. She did not even glance at Tunten as she said indifferently, "Haven't you been beaten enough?" Upon hearing these words, coupled with Hu Yanyan's complete disregard for her, Tunten immediately bristled. Although Hu Yanyan clearly looked extremely weak, Tunten still felt a dull pain all over its body. Back in the vast Heaven Wasteland continent, Tunten's initial Demon King cultivation was completely powerless against Hu Yanyan, who was an advanced Demon King. It was beaten 6 or 7 times, and was beaten miserably each time. If Hu Yanyan wasn't wary of the Taotai saint, Tunten would have been beaten to death several times. Although his body was no longer the same as before, Tunten could still feel the pain from where Hu Yanyan had injured him in the past. The little Taotai stomped her feet and scolded, "It's not good for me to kill you on Mount Yujing, but today I will definitely chop off a few of your tails and make a fox skin scarf for my mother." Hu Yanyan said faintly, "It shouldn't be a problem to destroy your current physical body. Just leave behind a remnant soul, like what happened to the black water, mysterious underworld." After saying that, 6 swaying flames suddenly lit up behind Hu Yanyan. They were like 6 tails that kept swaying in the air. Tunten looked as if it had seen a ghost and nearly choked on its own saliva. 6 tails, you've already recovered to the initial Demon King level so quickly? Hu Yanyan did not leave the house during her stay on Mount Yujing and quietly stayed in her stone room. She was constantly working hard to refine the mysterious heaven tribulation flame that was wreaking havoc in her body. More and more of the mysterious heaven tribulation flame was suppressed and refined, turning into power that Hu Yanyan could control. As the number of mysterious heaven tribulation flames that were wreaking havoc decreased, Hu Yanyan could gradually divide her demonic power that was originally restrained and recover her strength. Today, she had already recovered to the initial Demon King level. Tunten suddenly felt nervous. She had fought with Hu Yanyan too many times and knew that she was a genius of the new generation of the Fox clan. She was extremely talented in combat and had cultivated many powerful magical abilities of the Fox clan. Her actual combat strength would only be higher than her cultivation. However, I now have the true Sunfire, and my physical body is stronger than before. Although I haven't formed a demon nascent soul again, my strength is not weaker than the initial Demon King level of my previous body. I shouldn't be afraid of her. While Tunten was thinking, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. After careful observation, she suddenly discovered that the 6 swaying flame tails behind Hu Yanyan were faintly flashing with a dark and ferocious black aura. Mysterious heaven tribulation flame. Tunten immediately understood what was going on, and her hair stood on end. The other party's cultivation was higher than hers, and she did not have an advantage in magical abilities. If she still fought head-on, she would most likely not be able to win. Tunten's face scrunched up as she hesitated, unable to advance or retreat. But if I just go back like this, I will lose too much face. I will definitely be laughed at by that little bastard sure Tianhao. Didn't we agree to give him a fox tail? Just as the little Taotai was in a dilemma, a figure suddenly appeared outside the stone room. The person was dressed in purple with a black robe on the outside. His hands were behind his head as he walked in. He could not help but be taken aback when he saw Tunten. "Why are you here?" The person who came was Lin Feng's eldest disciple, Xiao Yan. Tunten and Hu Yanyan were both taken aback when they saw him. Tunten was immediately enraged, and she snorted disdainfully. She looked at Xiao Yan with an unfriendly gaze. "I should be the one asking you. Why are you here? What bad things do you want to do sneakily? You males are all like this, thinking about what's in the pot while eating from the bowl. Don't forget that you already have a wife waiting for you there. How can you run into another woman's room like this? How can you face her?" Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? I was ordered by my master to deliver something to her." Tunten's face was full of doubt. "Deliver what? Why did she send you here? If it's just to deliver something, those children can do it. If it's to deliver something, I can deliver it too. Why didn't she let others deliver it? Why did she have to ask you to deliver it?" Xiao Yan snorted unhappily. "Because I want to do a demonstration." As he spoke, he gently spread his magic power, and a few tiny ice crystal-like water droplets floated in a ball of purple gas. Hu Yanyan's and Tunten's eyes lit up when they saw it. They could feel the rich ice-type qi contained within. It was cold, but not biting cold. Instead, it was very gentle. A look of understanding appeared on Tunten's face. "This is the Heaven Pool Sect's freezing ice dew." Xiao Yan nodded. "This was won by fifth junior brother during the Desolate Sea Magic Gathering. Fifth junior brother remembered that I was trapped by the true fire in my body, so he specially sent a lot over. I tried it. The effect is very good. Master used his magic power to send me a voice transmission just now. He ordered me to transfer a portion of it to this fellow from the Fox clan. As there are some things to pay attention to during the refinement, I wanted to do a personal demonstration, so I personally delivered it. Share some with me too." Tunten looked at the freezing ice dew enviously, but she quickly returned to her senses and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Humph! Why did the sect master ask you to deliver something to this fox? Has the sect master taken a fancy to her?" Xiao Yan stared at Tunten with a smile that did not seem like a smile. "Perhaps master found out that someone is up to no good, so he specifically asked me to ruin her plans." Tunten shrunk its neck guiltily and glanced at Hu Yanyan. It was just in time to get out of the situation. "Humph, count yourself lucky. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble today." Hu Yanyan's eyes turned cold. Silently, she said, "If you don't get out, you can prepare a new body." Tunten flew into a rage. "You," Xiao Yan interrupted her. "Tunten, go back to the desolate sky valley." Tunten said angrily, "Don't give me that. You've turned into a sick cat now. Who are you trying to scare?" Xiao Yan chuckled. "Looks like someone has misunderstood my current situation. It's not that I can't fight. On the contrary, I now possess 3 types of true fire and am much stronger than before. It's just that I still can't control this power freely. But where is this place? This is Yujing Mountain, and Master hasn't left the mountain. After I fight, Master can help me suppress the uncontrollable power at any time. Whether I fight or not depends on whether I want to or not." Although he was smiling, his smile clearly carried a sense of ferocity and viciousness. Xiao Yan had never been a soft-tempered person. Being trapped by the power of the true fire and unable to fight had already made him depressed. Even in the Kunlun Mountain battle, which was extremely important to the sect, he could only watch from the sidelines and be a cheerleader. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Hu Yanyan glanced at Xiao Yan. Although the 6 flaming tails behind her were not withdrawn, the power of the black, mysterious heaven tribulation flame within the flames was withdrawn. Xiao Yan's words just now were directed at Tunton, but it was not without the intention of warning her. Helping outsiders bully me? Humph! Tunton shouted in dissatisfaction. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders. I just hate it when people take advantage of others. You are all in peak condition. If you fight, I will just stand at the side and applaud. Tunton opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Everyone was in peak condition, and it wasn't like they had never fought before. Every time, she would be beaten half to death by Hu Yanyan. If you have the ability, you can guard her every day. Tunton stomped its feet and turned to leave. Xiaoyan sneered. You speak as if you have the guts to come a second time. Her strength will only recover day by day, okay? Children don't know any better. I've let you see a joke. He turned to look at Hu Yanyan and saw that she had withdrawn her 6 flaming tails and was looking at him calmly. Hu Yanyan was still wearing the fiery red fur coat. Under the coat was a snow-white body with jade-like skin. Xiaoyan coughed dryly. Well, do you mind changing back to your fox form? Hu Yanyan did not speak, nor did she change back to her original form as Xiaoyan wished, silently looked at him, but her eyes were very cold and did not have the slightest warmth. It was as if she was looking at a lifeless object, like a table or a stone. Xiaoyan curled his lips and felt that it was quite boring. He personally demonstrated how to use the freezing dew, and Hu Yanyan only watched calmly without any reaction. She only collected the freezing dew that Xiaoyan left for her. In the end, Xiaoyan practically ran out of the stone room like he was fleeing. Master, don't look for me for this kind of thing in the future. It's simply a combination of ice and fire. This kind of punishment is really not something that a human can bear. Xiaoyan was extremely sad and indignant, and Lin Feng, who he was complaining about, was currently looking at the little Tao Tai in front of him with a smile on his face. I must beat that Hu Yanyan. I must be stronger than her. I must pull a few of her tails to make a leather collar. Chapter 408. Hu Yanyan shrank back as she watched Xiaoyan run out of the stone room. She curled up her legs again, hugged her arms, and leaned against the stone wall behind her. She looked up at the ceiling of the stone room in a daze. Although Hu Yanyan rarely left the stone room these days, she had been secretly observing everyone on Jade Capital Mountain, especially the people she had contact with. The ruler of Jade Capital Mountain, the master of the celestial sect, Lin Feng. Hu Yanyan felt that she couldn't see through him at all. Facing Lin Feng was like facing her mother, the celestial fox, 9-tailed great saint. She saw that Lin Feng was a very easygoing person when he was with his disciples, but she had heard that he had suppressed the golden crow great saint not long ago. He was one of the 10 saints of the demon race, along with Hu Yanyan's mother. He had intruded into the divine land more than once or twice and turned the human world upside down each time before safely returning to infinite wasteland. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by the master of the celestial sect this time? Lin Feng's little disciple, Shi Tianhao, was a little demon king. It was all thanks to him that Hu Yanyan was brought back to Jade Capital Mountain. As for Tunton, Hu Yanyan was most likely the person she was most familiar with on Jade Capital Mountain. The two had interacted many times in Infinite Wasteland. Every time Tunton came to cause trouble, for Hu Yanyan would be the one to send it away. Hu Yanyan sighed at the thought of Hu Fun and her other siblings. They were all a group of troublesome little foxes who caused all kinds of trouble all day long. It was naturally not good to alarm the celestial fox great saint and the other elders of the clan, so Hu Yanyan had to deal with them. She was the eldest daughter of the celestial fox great saint. She shielded her sister-in-law from the wind and rain, cleaned up after her sister-in-law caused trouble, and took the blame for those little brats. It had almost become a part of her life. Hu Yanyan involuntarily glanced at the entrance of the stone room. Xiao Yan's miserable figure seemed to still be there. From what she knew, he was also a bitter, dirty, and tiring senior brother. Shaking her head, Hu Yanyan consumed a drop of frigid frost dew and began to cultivate, continuing to suppress and refine the abstruse heaven tribulation flame that was wreaking havoc in her body. On the other side, Lin Feng, who Hu Yanyan felt was unfathomable, was looking at the little Taotai Tunten, who was jumping around in front of him with a smile on his face. In the past, I only heard you say that you were going to fight the Blackwater mysterious underworld. However, I have never heard of such an enemy. Tunten pursed its lips at Lin Feng's teasing and hatefully said, "The Blackwater mysterious underworld is an enemy, while Hu Yanyan is a mortal enemy." Lin Feng looked at her and couldn't help but find it funny. He actually knew exactly what was going on. The battle between Tunten and the Blackwater mysterious underworld being had nearly ended in mutual destruction. The two were basically on the same level of power. However, Tunten was completely powerless against Hu Yanyan. It was basically a punching bag that took a beating. For the sake of Hu Fun, Hu Yanyan had beaten Tunten countless times. Rather than saying that Tunten hated Hu Yanyan, it was more accurate to say that it was afraid of her. If Hu Yanyan hadn't suffered from the mysterious heaven tribulation flame, Tunten wouldn't even have the guts to think about revenge. It had finally had a chance to take revenge, but Hu Yanyan's strength was gradually recovering. Tunten naturally became anxious as the opportunity slipped away from its eyes. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it. You have been finding your own food to eat these days. I really haven't given you anything delicious to eat. I will make it up to you today." With a wave of his sleeve, half a corpse landed in front of Tunten. It was the remains of Kuan-Yuan ancestral master. Tunten's eyes lit up, and it wrinkled its little nose. It circled around the corpse a few times and muttered, "Oh, it smells so strange. There is the power of the demon race's bloodline, but I can't tell what it is. It should be something I haven't eaten before." Lin Feng said, "Your little nose is quite sharp. That's the bloodline of Kuan Peng, and it's a very pure bloodline. But now, it's naturally a hybrid." "Kuan Peng?" Tunten cheered. "I really haven't eaten it before." "Great, great." After circling a few more times, Tunten's eyes were full of stars. According to the human race's standards, it's the late-stage Yuanying. According to the demon race's standards, it's the late-stage demon king. Oh my, I've picked up the meat of a late-stage demon king. Even in Tianhuang vast land, I can only encounter such good things when I snatch food from my dad's mouth. And there's only a little of it. Now, so much of it belongs to me. Tunten felt as if his little chest was filled with happiness. He was so moved that tears almost streamed down his face. She pounced in front of Lin Feng, grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve, and shook it hard. "It's all mine, isn't it?" Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Tunten cheered again. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on a sheep, she flew into the air and landed on the half-severed corpse. The next moment, she had already transformed into the original form of a Taotai. She let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry, and then opened her cheeks to eat. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped and transformed back into her human form. She wiped her saliva and looked at the remains of the corpse. She opened her mouth and swallowed the whole thing. However, she did not eat it, but temporarily stored it. Lin Feng watched this scene with interest. "Why didn't you continue eating?" Tunten swallowed hard. "Such good food. I can't bear to finish it all at once. I saved it and continued eating next time." She suddenly looked at Lin Feng fiercely, snorting, "Don't think that I don't know. Next time you give me good food, who knows how long you'll have to wait." Lin Feng looked at her with a faint smile. On my Yujing Mountain, haven't you stolen and eaten enough? Over at Xiaoqing's Nirvana Utopia, the lunar true water has decreased by a lot. Who did it? Some of the spirit herbs in the Medicine Valley have even been uprooted. Who did it? Even the cyclic purple qi on my Yujing Mountain has been lost. Who did it? Tunten shrunk her neck and smiled awkwardly. I just ate a little, not much, just a little. As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Elder, I'm going to undergo the lightning tribulation and form my demon nascent soul. As expected, Lin Feng nodded. You ate so much, it's time to digest it. Tunten let out a cry and transformed back into her original Taotai form. Light flashed above her head, and a dazzling Yao Dan appeared. Sure enough, thunder rumbled in the air above Yujing Mountain. Under Lin Feng's protection, Tunten began to undergo the lightning tribulation and once again advanced towards the Demon King stage. The commotion alarmed the others on the mountain. Both King Kuei Nyo and King Feilian were at Tiny Tot's desolate Heaven Valley, and the only great demon left on Yujing Mountain was demonic dragon Jieyu. He came to Lin Feng's side and silently watched Tunten undergo the lightning tribulation. Seeing that Tunten's Yao Dan was able to withstand the lightning tribulation without much effort, Jieyu knew that Tunten had accumulated a lot of experience and was almost certain to pass the lightning tribulation. Sect Master really cares for us demons. Jieyu flattered. Jie Feng flattered him. With the help of the faction master, this girl will definitely be able to survive the thunder tribulation and become a monster king. Lin Feng smiled and turned to look at the old dragon. How is the refinement of the mysterious underworld banner that I gave you? Jieyu hurriedly said, It has been completely refined. I still have to thank Sect Master for the treasure. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. I know that you have contributed to the sect. That is the reward you deserve. Jieyu nodded with a silly smile. It is all thanks to Sect Master's magnanimity that you sympathize with us. Lin Feng's main body was at Tunten's side, watching over her during the lightning tribulation, while the Iron Tree clone was at Yangqing's Nirvana Utopia. Yangqing's expression was a little dejected. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He originally thought that Yangqing would only encounter a big bottleneck when she formed her core, but now it seemed that she had encountered a bigger obstacle when she condensed her Tao cauldron. However, the problem was the same. If she passed this obstacle, it would not be too difficult for Yangqing to form her core in the future. Lin Feng smiled and flicked his finger. A speck of light entered the space between Yangqing's eyebrows. Yangqing was stunned. The speck of light that entered his body was not something like magic power, but a trace of Lin Feng's divine sense, which recorded the specific location of a location. Little Qing, Z, this is the address of your third senior brother's hometown. He is currently living there. On one hand, he is visiting his parents, and on the other hand, he is also carrying out a special kind of cultivation. Lin Feng explained, You can go there to find him and carry out the same cultivation with him. I believe it will be of great help to you in breaking through the current bottleneck. Yangqing took a deep breath and nodded. I will follow Master's instructions. Lin Feng opened his palm. There was a jade talisman in the center of his palm. The waves of magic power inside it were vast and cold. It was a Yuanying realm magic tool. He had seized it from a Yuanying realm cultivator from Wind God Sect. You haven't formed your gold core yet, so Yuanying realm magic tools can't be used as they should be. This magic tool itself is also not suitable for you. Lin Feng handed the jade talisman to Yangqing. For now, I will give it to you as a means of transportation. After you form your gold core, Master will give you another Yuanying realm magic tool that is suitable for you. Yang Qing received the jade talisman respectfully. With Lin Feng's help, he refined it and firmly remembered the method to use it. Then, he bid farewell to Lin Feng. Under the protection of Lin Feng's magic power, he left Mount Yujing and arrived at the colossal world. He raised the jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman immediately shone with a green light, and a lifelike silhouette of a Phylian emerged from it. Yang Qing landed on the silhouette of the Phylian. With a thought, the silhouette of the Phylian broke through the void and entered it, with the magical effect of the Yuanying realm magic tool to travel through space. Although Wang Lin's hometown was located at the border of the Great Qin dynasty's southern border and was a long way from Mount Kunlun, Yang Qing arrived there very quickly. After arriving, Yang Qing couldn't help but be a little dazed. Previously on Mount Yujing, he had a conversation with Wang Lin. He knew that Wang Lin's hometown was a small and poor village, but now, according to the direction indicated by Lin Feng, what appeared in front of him was clearly an extremely huge town. The scale naturally couldn't be compared to a big city, but people came and went, and it was abnormally prosperous and lively. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be compared to a small village. But the direction Lin Feng gave was definitely not wrong. This made Yang Qing feel a little confused. He was just about to crush the sound-transmitting crystal to contact Wang Lin when he suddenly felt a few auras of magic power appear nearby and approach him. Chapter 4:09. Yang Qing felt a few auras of magic power appear nearby and approach him. They were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Vaguely, there was also the aura of a golden elixir period cultivator slightly surging, but he didn't approach. He seemed to be observing. After approaching, the few Foundation establishment stage cultivators stopped one after another, still hiding in the dark and not coming out. Only one person appeared in front of Yang Qing. After seeing Yang Qing's appearance, his eyes flashed, and he asked tentatively, "May I ask if you're the direct disciple of the master of Xianmen, fellow Taoist Yang Qing?" Yang Qing answered cautiously, "I'm Yang Qing. You are?" The Foundation establishment cultivator let out a sigh of relief. As for the other cultivators hiding in the dark, they had been on high alert at the beginning, but now they also relaxed. The Foundation establishment cultivator in front of Yang Qing cupped his hands. "Hello, Taoist Yang. We're all cultivators of the Qin dynasty. We were ordered to protect your sex Wang Lin and Wang Zhenren's family to prevent any ignorant scoundrels from disturbing them. Wang Zhenren returned half a year ago, so there's no need to worry about the safety of this place. However, we were ordered to do this, so we still stayed here and never left. At the Desolate Sea Assembly, although Yang Qing wasn't as dazzling as Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and Yu Hongyan, he still attracted a lot of attention from the outside world. Even though his cultivation was only at Foundation establishment, he had already entered the eyes of various big forces. Not for anything else, but because he was one of Lin Feng's 6 direct disciples. This alone was enough to attract attention. At this time, the other Foundation establishment stage cultivators also came out from the shadows and greeted Yang Qing one after another. In the eyes of the Essence Soul stage and Nascent Soul stage big shots, Yang Qing might still be very immature, but to these Foundation establishment stage cultivators, Yang Qing was already worthy of their respect. During the Desolate Sea Assembly, Yang Qing defeated Fang Zhong, a disciple of the Celestial Pool sect who was at the late stage of Foundation establishment with his mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. This was enough to prove his strength, and at the same time, it also showed the demonic grace of Lin Feng's personal disciples. Yang Qing was a gentle and courteous person. When she greeted everyone, she did not have the slightest arrogance, causing these foundation-building cultivators to feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. At this moment, a middle-aged man with 3 strands of beard appeared in front of Yang Qing. He was the golden elixir period cultivator that the great Qin dynasty had arranged to stay here. Yang Qing also greeted him. Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. When the middle-aged man saw this, he secretly nodded his head. "This time, I came here to look for my senior brother Wang Lin. I wonder—" Yang Qing looked at the flourishing town in front of her. The middle-aged man smiled. "My great Qin dynasty is focusing on developing the southern border, and this is one of the important places. The population here is getting denser and denser, and the trade is getting more and more prosperous. The great Qin dynasty already has plans to build a city here, and they will start construction soon." Yang Qing opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. The middle-aged cultivator did not say it clearly, but Yang Qing naturally understood that all of this was brought about by Wang Lin. In other words, it was brought about by Wang Lin and Xianmen Tianzong behind him. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. When ordinary people entered a cultivation sect to learn the Tao, they could go home to visit their relatives, become the family support, and raise the status of their family in the village. This was already very good. Or, to put it bluntly, they could let their family use their name and power to do whatever they wanted in their hometown. And because of his existence, Wang Lin's hometown was undergoing earth-shaking changes. From a small village in the past, it was directly upgraded to a new prosperous area in the great Qin dynasty's southern border. And in the future, it would directly become a majestic city. The fates of everyone within a radius of close to 100 li could change because of this. The middle-aged golden elixir period cultivator pointed at the lively town and said, "Taoist Wang is currently at the east of the town. He lives with his parents." Yang Qing nodded. "Thank you. This one will go find him now." Seeing Yang Qing leave, a great Qin dynasty cultivator shook his head and sighed. "Fortunately, this person's cultivation is still at the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, I would really suspect that all these years of cultivation have been in vain." Everyone else, including the middle-aged golden elixir period cultivator, nodded in agreement. When Wang Lin returned half a year ago, after confirming that he had successfully formed his gold core, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that their past knowledge and experience had been completely overturned, and they only felt that the world in front of them was so unfamiliar. At the Desolate Sea assembly, not long before Wang Lin returned, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. But when Wang Lin returned to his hometown, he was impressively already a cultivator of the golden elixir period. In less than 2 months, his cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed from the foundation establishment stage to the golden elixir period. This was simply blinding everyone's eyes. If it was said that Wang Lin had previously hidden his cultivation, it did not make sense. At the Desolate Sea assembly, let alone the Yuanying stage old ancestors, a group of primordial spirit big shots stood there. Whether Wang Lin's cultivation was in the golden elixir period or the foundation establishment stage was obvious to them at a glance. Precisely because of this, it was shocking. When the news spread to Xiling City, the capital of the great Qin dynasty, everyone who paid attention to Xianmen Tianzong immediately raised Wang Lin's importance level. In the intelligence system of the major forces, the person who deserved the most attention in Xianmen Tianzong was undoubtedly the sect master, Lin Feng. Among the remaining people, the ones who received the most attention were Lin Feng's personal disciples. Although the 2 Dharma protectors, Miao Shihao and Kang Nanhua, had the highest cultivation as they were both Yuanying stage cultivators, it was not difficult to investigate their origins. Their relationship with Lin Feng was definitely not as close as Xiao Yan and Wang Lin. Among the disciples, Zhu, Yi and Shi Tianhao received the most attention. This was mainly because their family backgrounds were the most extensive and had the most far-reaching influence. The first disciple, Xiao Yin, his level of attention was basically the same as Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao. His family background was not that complicated, but his strength was strong enough. Even though he did not participate in the Desolate Sea Assembly, his battle with Qin Chongyun's crown prince on cloud-traversing peak had already made his name known throughout the world. The next person to receive attention was Yu Hongyan, the background of Snow Gale country, and the society of the Strong Gale was not hard to investigate, connecting it to the grudge between her and the great Zhou dynasty. In the eyes of many people, she was also a person worth paying attention to. Even though Wang Lin was ranked third among the disciples under Lin Feng's tutelage, the amount of attention he received was completely at the bottom. But at this moment, the level of attention that Wang Lin received had already directly surpassed Yu Hongyan, even above Xiao Yan, directly catching up to Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao. Right now, everyone was secretly paying attention to the people of Xianmen Tianzong, then more and more discovered the terrifying strength hidden within. These cultivators, who were ordered to look after Wang Lin's family, naturally had the most direct understanding of this. The foundation establishment stage cultivators still did not have a deep feeling, but that golden elixir period cultivator could instead see even more things. Before, when Wang Lin returned home, even though he looked like an ordinary person, he made people tremble with fear. That middle-aged golden elixir period cultivator secretly sighed in his heart. Just what kind of sect is Xianmen Tianzong? Just what kind of person is that legendary master of the Xianmen Gate? Even though Yang Qing did not know what these cultivators were thinking, but Wang Lin shocking the world was already something that was within the expectations of everyone in Xianmen Tianzong. The reason is very simple. Back then, Wang Lin charged all the way from the foundation establishment stage to the golden elixir period in a short amount of time. Even his fellow apprentices were shocked. It's fine if you don't make a sound, but you amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Wang Lin could be said to have fully embodied this saying. Yang Qing walked on the streets of the town, politely asking the residents here for the specific address of Wang Lin's home. Following the directions along the way, he walked towards Wang Lin's home. In the process of asking for directions, a lot of discussions also entered Yang Qing's ears. Speaking of which, is that Wang Lin really an immortal? I don't see anything outstanding about him. Normally, he's no different from my family's big brat. It should be true. Even the Wang family members have admitted it. You don't know, in the Wang family, Wang Lin's father's side of the family actually had no status, but now you see the Wang family's patriarch and a group of elders. When they see Wang Lin's father, they are all polite. But aren't immortals supposed to call the wind and summon the rain, eat the wind and drink the dew? Look at that Wang Lin. He is still helping his parents work. His family can now afford to hire servants to help. It is understandable that the Wang family's old couple said that they are not used to this kind of life. But why does Wang Lin still want to do that kind of rough work? You don't understand. People are willing to be filial to their parents. That is because this person has filial piety, not forgetting their roots. You should have also heard, it is precisely because of Wang Lin's relationship that we are now so prosperous, even to the point of building a city soon. Even if Wang Lin is not an immortal himself, he must have found a good master, a good backer. Otherwise, the Wang family also has other disciples who are disciples of immortal cultivation, and Wang Lin's backer is not strong enough. Why would those people respect him? Hearing these discussions, Yang Qing smiled and shook her head, ignoring them, and continued walking forward. When she passed by a large residence, suddenly a ray of light flew over her head. Yang Qing looked up and thought to herself, "This person looks a little familiar. I remember now. I saw him at the Desolate Sea Assembly. He seems to be third senior brother's clan brother." The ray of light was a long saber. and on the long saber stood a youth in gray, with qi, refinement cultivation. It was Wang Lin's clan brother, Wang Zhua. When Wang Zhua saw Yang Qing, he revealed a surprised expression, as if he was curious why Yang Qing was walking slowly on the ground like a normal person. However, he still stopped the long saber and bowed to Yang Qing. This was his respect for Yang Qing's foundation establishment cultivation and the Xianmen Tianzong behind him. Yang Qing cupped his hands, and it was considered a return greeting. Wang Zhua's lips moved, and in the end, his eyes revealed a complicated and sad expression. He turned around and left on the long saber. Ever since the Desolate Sea Assembly, Wang Zhua already knew that he was no longer on the same level as Wang Lin. However, this time, it was he who had to look up to Wang Lin. Not long after Wang Lin returned home, Wang Zhua also returned to his hometown to visit his family. When he saw Wang Lin again, he was shocked to find that even if he looked up, he could not even see the soles of Wang Lin's feet. Yang Qing looked at the leaving Wang Zhua and shook his head. He turned around and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his heart moved slightly, and he looked forward. He saw Wang Lin looking at him calmly at the end of the street. At this moment, Wang Lin did not have any cold and murderous aura, and there was no fluctuation of Dharma power around him. From his temperament and appearance, he looked like an ordinary youth that could not be any more ordinary. With this appearance, it was no wonder that people who did not know the truth would question his strength. Seeing Yang Qing, Wang Lin nodded. "Master has already told me why you are here. Come with me." Chapter 4:10. After Yang Qing saw Wang Lin, he contacted Lin Feng through the sound transmission crystal. Lin Feng was relieved to know that he had arrived safely. The problem with Yang Qing's cultivation was that his state of mind was unable to truly calm down. The destruction of the cloudy water cave and the glory of Xianmen Tianzong were under a lot of pressure, which made Yang Qing, who had a weak state of mind, very worried. On one hand, he was worried about the destruction of the cloudy water cave, but he didn't even know who the enemy was. There was no way for him to take revenge. Anger and guilt had always been entrenched in his heart. On the other hand, as a direct disciple of Lin Feng, he was surrounded by heaven-defying geniuses like Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin. This also made Yang Qing feel a lot of pressure. He was afraid that he would embarrass Xianmen Tianzong and Lin Feng and be laughed at by outsiders for not recognizing people well. Under the heavy pressure, Yang Qing felt like there were many shackles on his body, and the burden on his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Lin Feng saw this problem, so he sent him to Wang Lin's place to experience the life of an ordinary person with Wang Lin. He tried to figure out the concept of returning to the natural state and being as calm as water to calm his anxiety. Yang Qing's foundation and comprehension were very high. In his current cultivation realm, as long as he cultivated properly, there was no difficulty. The only thing that restricted his growth was his mind and will. As long as he could calm his mind, condensing a pill cauldron was as easy as lifting a finger. On the other hand, Wang Lin was currently trying to oppose the two states of mind, returning to the natural state and the murderous state at the same time. If he could pass this hurdle, he might even be able to reach a higher level in his cultivation. He could try to pass the Yin Fire Tribulation and reach the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm. However, this was destined to be a difficult and long process. Lin Feng cut off the communication with Yang Qing and returned his attention to the matter at hand. He had extracted all of Kuan Yu's memories from his divine soul, so he definitely knew more about the Kuan Peng's secret treasure than Gao Fan. Lin Feng temporarily kept Kuan Yu patriarchs, Yuanying, and Dharma form. He wasn't in a hurry to refine it into a false god. He thought to himself, By this year's summer solstice, the Yangtze of the Arctic ice sea will gradually disappear, and the Inchi will prevail. Even if I have the power of true fire and true water, I'm afraid I won't be able to break the 1,000-year-old black ice. Without further ado, I'd better go and take out the hidden treasure of Kuanpung first. The inheritance of an immortal monster soul, Tier 3, great demon monster must be very powerful, right? Lin Feng thought for a moment. However, I've only captured one of Kunyue's avatars. There's still his main body that I haven't captured. The main body knows everything that happened with the avatar. He must be thinking of revenge after suffering such a huge loss. I need to be careful of this monster, but I'm looking forward to him coming to me. Lin Feng smiled. After interrogating Ancestor Kuan, Yu's avatar, Lin Feng learned that this person had indeed obtained a portion of the Dark Beast Ming Du's inheritance. But it wasn't complete. He had accidentally stumbled into a dimensional realm and obtained it. What interested Lin Feng was that, according to Kunyue Patriarch, the aborigines of that dimensional space were some kind of monster race, and they had a complete dark beast skeleton. For Lin Feng, this dark beast skeleton was even more attractive than the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. In the 6 paths of life and death of Yin and Yang formation, there was a transformation called the change of light and darkness. If Lin Feng could get the dark beast skeleton, he could use it as the core source of the dark power in the change of light and darkness. Just like the purple chi in the sky corresponded to heaven, and the central earth divine light corresponded to earth. When the two were combined, the change of heaven and earth would be fully displayed. The life sealing stone corresponded to life, and the death chi corresponded to death. When the two were combined, the change of life and death would erupt with amazing power. Although Lin Feng did not know whether the dark beast skeleton could achieve the desired goal, it was undoubtedly very attractive to him. However, Kunyue Patriarch had accidentally entered that dimensional space. As for where it was hidden in the space turbulence, he could not give a clear answer. Without a specific location, even if he had great abilities, he could not find the place. Fortunately, Lin Feng learned from this avatar that Kuan Yu's main body possessed a treasure that could guide people to that dimensional realm. Therefore, Lin Feng was now looking forward to that bird-faced fish head old geezer coming to settle the score with him. However, when Lin Feng set foot on the Arctic ice sea, his mood instantly became bad. Even though it was vast in the past, the cold and silent Arctic ice sea was right now like the open-air swimming pools of Lin Feng's past life. Waves of mana fluctuations and auras were everywhere. Countless cultivators were squeezed here, like dumplings falling into a pot. The little Shi Tianhao looked at this scene with his mouth agape. Didn't they say that the Arctic ice sea is vast and quiet? Why are there so many people? Lin Feng secretly twitched the corner of his mouth. After thinking for a while, he already knew what was going on. The news of the Kuan Peng's secret treasure was not widely spread in the Divine Land. Those who knew about it, even if they could not take it out for the time being, would keep it a secret to prevent others from taking it out. After all, although the 7 great true fires and 10 true water were extremely rare, the world was big, and there were always people who could control them. For example, the Golden Crow Sage, who was killed by Lin Feng previously, had the true fire of the sun. If he knew about it, he would have come to the Arctic ice sea to take the treasure. But now, it was clear that someone deliberately spread the news on a large scale. As a result, a large group of people came to the Arctic ice sea to try their luck. The person who spread the news clearly did not clearly state the conditions for taking out the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. So all the big fish, small fish, and even small fish came to the Arctic ice sea. The person's ultimate goal was to muddy the waters and hinder those who really had the ability to take the treasure. Lin Feng did not have to think with his knees to know that the person who did this must be ancestral master Kuan Yu. There was no doubt that his goal was actually Lin Feng. Lin Feng already had the Kuan Peng scale to pinpoint the exact location of the Kuan Peng's secret treasure, and the true fire could break the ice. On this basis, he could capture ancestral master Kuan Yu's clone, which had the Kuan Peng's bloodline, and obtain the real opportunity to go deep into the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. It could be said that Lin Feng was the most likely person to get the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. In fact, as soon as Lin Feng picked up Zhu Yi, he immediately rushed to the Arctic Ice Sea. After ancestral master Kuan Yu suffered a great loss, he asked around and found out about Lin Feng's background. If he did not act, the Kuan Peng's secret treasure would definitely fall into Lin Feng's hands. Ancestral master Kuan Yu was also a decisive person. He definitely could not beat Lin Feng in a fight, so he might as well use the method of mutual destruction. At this moment, although the Arctic Ice Sea was bustling, there were actually only a drop in the bucket. It was just that the people who were geographically closer to the Arctic Ice Sea had arrived first. Most of the people who had received the news were actually still on their way here. This was also why Lin Feng immediately rushed over. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu had just spread the news. If he was a little later, it would be even more bustling. At the very least, Lin Feng had not found any traces of the primordial soul realm bull. However, with the flying speed of a primordial soul realm cultivator, it would not take too long for him to rush over immediately after receiving the news. With Yujing Mountain here, if Lin Feng really wanted to crush his way through, unless there was a third-tier primordial soul realm expert, everyone else would have to obediently give way. However, that would be too domineering, but it would attract too much hatred. Unless a person really had the ability to crush the entire world single-handedly, he would only be asking for trouble if he became the public enemy. Of course, Lin Feng hoped that he could reach the top of the world. However, before he truly possessed such great strength, he still had to pay attention to strategy. Thinking of ancestral master Kuan Yu, who had caused trouble for him, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Why not do things that benefit others and myself? It's not that I can't do things that benefit others, but if I do things that harm others without benefiting myself, then there must be something wrong with my brain. Kuan Yu, you old fool, do your parents know that you are so wicked? Lin Feng could guess what ancestral master Kuan Yu was thinking. He was just stirring up trouble and taking the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Apart from not being able to break the 10,000-year mystic ice, ancestral master Kuan Yu's advantage in the Kuan Peng's secret treasure was the same as Lin Feng's. If Lin Feng insisted on breaking the ice and obtaining the treasure, he would definitely be obstructed by everyone. When both sides were in a stalemate, ancestral master Kuan Yu would have an opportunity to take advantage of. On the contrary, if Lin Feng retreated and gave up the opportunity to obtain the treasure this year, ancestral master Kuan Yu would have more time to plan. To this bird-faced fish-head old fool, the worst outcome would not be worse than Lin Feng taking away the Kuan Peng's secret treasure without saying a word. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and revealed a warm smile. Old fool, you don't know that I've been waiting for you to deliver yourself to me. Shi Tianhao, Tunten, Zhuge Fengling, and the others beside him all had worried looks on their faces. Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan also frowned slightly. Lin Feng smiled and called them over, explaining the cause of the matter clearly. Tunten immediately yelled in exasperation, "Isn't this guy too much?" Zhu Yi raised his brows and said silently, "Harming others doesn't benefit himself. He doesn't want us to be unable to obtain what he can't obtain." Shi Tianhao sneered, "Master, let's break the North Sea for him and not rush to obtain the treasure. Let's hide in the side first. The others don't have the Kuan Peng bloodline, so they can't really open the secret treasure. Without the mystic ice, that old bird will have the ability to obtain the treasure. I want to see if he can endure it. At that time, it won't be up to him to decide who is the fisherman. Lin Feng smiled. No hurry, no hurry. Let's find this guy first and deal with him. We can slowly explore the Kuan Peng's secret treasure after that. Tunton asked, how do we find him? Lin Feng gazed towards the noisy Arctic Sea, saying, even though a lot of people have already gathered here, they are all on guard against each other. They will definitely keep a distance from other people. The fortune here is vast, and it's more than 10,000 miles wide. There is only one entrance to the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. This means that most people are just working blindly. They won't have a share in the secret treasure and will at most create obstacles for us. Kuan, you will definitely be able to accurately locate the entrance of the secret treasure. If he wants to take advantage of us, he will definitely hide near the entrance and monitor us. We can find him there. Chapter 4:11. The Arctic Ice Sea, which used to be quiet and desolate in the past, was now bustling with noise and excitement. Streams of powerful aura rose and fell as they diligently explored this world of ice and snow. They kept a certain distance from each other, but there were frequent conflicts and conflicts. Most of the cultivators who were active in the Arctic Ice Sea were natives or belonged to forces close to the Arctic Ice Sea. They often met each other, and many of them had old grudges against each other. Now that they were all here for the Kuan Peng's treasure, their past conflicts were more likely to erupt. They couldn't determine where the entrance to the Kuan Peng's treasure was located in the Arctic Ice Sea, but they all subconsciously moved toward the center of the ice sea. An old man who looked a little slovenly walked out of the void and kept pinching his fingers to calculate. He murmured, I'm afraid it's not in the center. It should be in this area, but the Arctic Ice Sea is too big. Even I can't find the specific location. He calculated for a while and scratched his head in distress. He waved his sleeve, and a dozen people landed on the ground. These people had different levels of cultivation. The higher ones were in the golden elixir period, and the lower ones were only in the Qi refinement stage. The Qi refinement stage, cultivator landed on the ice sea and immediately shivered from the cold. He hurriedly took out a talisman and spread out a mellow wave of magic power. Only then did he feel warm. A few foundation establishment stage cultivators also took out their talismans to resist the cold. Even the golden elixir period cultivators did the same. They could resist the extreme cold with their magic power, but it would consume a lot of magic power. After a long time, their magic power would be exhausted, and they would eventually freeze to death on the ice sea. Therefore, they all took out their talismans to resist the cold and preserve their magic power. If they encountered danger or battle, they would have enough magic power to deal with it. These cultivators all bowed to the old man. Master, regardless of their level of cultivation, they were all the old man's disciples. This old man was called Ancestor He Tuesday. He was a Yuaniing individual cultivator who was proficient in the art of formations. He traveled to the south of the ice sea with his disciples and accidentally heard about the Kuan Peng's treasure. Therefore, he came to try his luck. The Kuan Peng secret chamber was hidden under the 1,000-year black ice, and its position was hard to determine. However, the secret chamber itself was transformed by the last power of the Kuan Peng before its death, and was used to preserve its skeleton. The changes of the power in it were equivalent to a complicated and unique magic formation. Patriarch, he too was proficient in the art of formations, so he had a unique understanding of the complex changes of formations. He had seen tens of thousands of formations. After arriving at the Arctic Ice Sea, he carefully sensed the flow of spiritual qi under the glacier and more or less found some clues. However, he didn't have any solid clues. It was impossible for him to find the exact location of the Kunping's secret chamber with his bare hands. However, the old man was in a good state of mind. He wasn't in a hurry. He would just take it as bringing his disciples out for more training. Therefore, he released all his disciples and said, "Although the secret treasure of Kunping is good, it is my fortune to get it and my fate to lose it. You don't have to be too attached to it. Just take it as a training for yourselves. Use what I have taught you in the past. Experience it on the spot and figure it out carefully. Maybe one of you will be lucky enough to find the location of the hidden treasure." His disciples answered one after another, "Yes, Master." They immediately began to ponder and carefully sensed the changes of the spiritual qi under the glacier and in the air. After sending his disciples out, Patriarch He too didn't stay idle. He continued to study the spiritual qi, and at the same time, he secretly paid attention to the movements in the surroundings in case someone came looking for trouble. Although his cultivation was high, he didn't use his magic power to protect his disciples from the cold. In that case, with his magic power as a barrier, these disciples wouldn't be able to sense the flow of spiritual qi in the surrounding environment. In the crowd, a cultivator in the qi refining stage shivered. After all, his cultivation was low. Although he had a talisman to expel the cold, he still felt very cold, so he took out another talisman from his pocket. Seeing this, a young man beside him frowned slightly. "Don't waste talismans. We don't know how long we have to stay on this glacier. There are strong cultivators everywhere. If something happens, Master won't have time to take care of us. We have to rely on ourselves. One more talisman means one more thing to rely on." This young man wasn't old. His facial features were handsome, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. However, his expression was rigid and meticulous, making him look quite mature. When the qi refining stage cultivator heard this, he became angry out of humiliation. "Li Yuanfang, you're in the foundation building realm now. Of course you can make sarcastic remarks." What he said was actually quite unreasonable. Everyone present was conserving their magic power and using talismans to keep themselves warm. Both he and Li Yuanfang were formation cultivators. The difference in physical strength between the qi refining stage and the foundation building stage wasn't big. Without using their magic power, the cold they felt was the same. Li Yuanfang wasn't angry. Silently, he said, "I feel more cold than you because I control the speed at which the magic power of the talisman spreads. Your talisman can still last for 12 hours and a quarter, while mine can last for 16 hours. The qi refining stage cultivator's face was a bit red. "Are you showing off to me?" He and Li Yuanfang were both disciples of Ancestor He too, who entered the sect relatively late. Their cultivation levels were originally similar, but Li Yuanfang recently succeeded in building his foundation and suddenly surpassed him. Li Yuanfang was still very calm. "I'm just doing it for your own good. A dam of 1,000 miles can collapse because of an ant's nest. Small negligence accumulates and becomes a big disaster." One of the golden elixir period cultivators next to them frowned and said, "Both of you, shut up and deduce the formation. Don't talk about useless things." These words were obviously biased. Although he was reprimanding both of them at the same time, it was more directed at Li Yuanfang. The qi refining stage cultivator said loudly, "Yes, eldest senior brother." After saying that, he looked at Li Yuanfang proudly. Li Yuanfang nodded calmly and didn't say anything. He just looked at the formation drawn on the ice by the golden elixir period cultivator. The eldest senior brother narrowed his eyes. "What? Junior brother Li, do you have anything else to say?" Li Yuanfang's expression didn't change. Silently, he said, "Eldest senior brother, the 4th and 7th runes on your formation are reversed, and the 13th rune is drawn incorrectly." Everyone around rolled their eyes, showing an expression that said, as expected. Although this Li Yuanfang entered the sect late, he was very talented in formations, so he was deeply favored by ancestor He Tuesday. However, this person had many shortcomings. One of them was that he was strict and serious, but to put it bluntly, he was nitpicky. Li Yuanfang was a person who liked to be serious and was a perfectionist. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what was even more unacceptable was that not only was he strict with himself, but he also pointed out other people's mistakes without any politeness, not leaving the slightest face for others. At first, his fellow disciples thought that he was purposely showing off because he was arrogant and prideful because of his talent. However, there was one time when he obtained a formation diagram drawn by his master, Patriarch He Tu, in the past when his cultivation was relatively low, and he bluntly pointed out a mistake in it in front of everyone. All of his fellow disciples were instantly speechless. They finally understood that this person wasn't arrogant because of his talent, but he was completely ignorant of the ways of the world. However, his temper just happened to be to ancestor He Tu's liking. After a short moment of shock, ancestor He Tu laughed heartily. So at this moment, facing the eldest senior brother whose face was as red as a shrimp, everyone's eyes were full of sympathy. They subconsciously adjusted their positions and used their bodies to block the formation they had drawn. Li Yuanfang's expression was still calm, while his eldest senior brother stared at him with a pair of ox eyes. In his heart, he had already cursed all 8 generations of Li Yuanfang's ancestors. If it weren't for Master protecting you, I would have taught you a lesson. Some people looked at the eldest senior brother gloatingly. Who asked you to have a dirty mouth? You just had to provoke that annoying guy. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Ancestor He Tu appreciated Li Yuanfang's talent, but he also knew that with this kind of character, he would easily be at a disadvantage, not to mention outsiders. Even his fellow disciples couldn't stand him, although ancestor He Tu could protect him. Even if the disciples didn't dare to really take revenge, they would inevitably exclude him in private. So when ancestor He Tu taught Li Yuanfang Taoism, he also warned him to correct this habit. Now, when Li Yuanfang saw his fellow disciples making mistakes when drawing the formation, he would keep silent most of the time. But everyone had their own pride, especially those who had joined the sect earlier than him and whose cultivation was higher than his. They always believed that they didn't make any mistakes. But most of the time, they were slapped in the face by Li Yuanfang, just like just now. A group of people was watching the show when they suddenly heard Master He Tu say, "Everyone, be quiet." Everyone came back to their senses and looked in the direction of ancestor He Tu's gaze. After a long time, they saw several rays of light, some red and some blue, flying over their heads. "They're from the Tianqi sect." Ancestor He Tu said slowly, "Li Yuanfang," and the others were all nervous when they heard that. Because the Arctic ice sea was too desolate, there were no particularly large cultivation forces there, and the Tianqi sect was the closest sect to this place geographically. The Tianqi sect had always been domineering. They hadn't found the specific location of the Kunpeng's secret treasure yet, but once they found it, it was very likely that they would clear the area. Ancestor He Tu said, "Don't worry about others. Just mind your own business. The formation derived from the Kunpeng's secret treasure is extremely complicated and mysterious. As long as you can understand a thing or two about it, this trip will be worthwhile." Everyone agreed in unison, but most of them were thinking about how powerful they would be if they could get the Kunpeng's secret treasure and obtain the inherited magic arts and power. Their whole lives would be turned upside down. However, Li Yuanfeng didn't think so much. He deeply agreed with his master, He Tu's order, and just focused on figuring out the changes in the nearby spiritual qi. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded in the ice land. Ancestor He Tu and the others looked toward the distant sky in surprise. Most of the cultivators on the Arctic ice sea also looked up at the sky in surprise. There, a huge crack appeared in the space, and a huge black dragon stuck its head out. On its huge head sat a purple-robed scholar and a purple-robed, red-haired girl. Most people didn't know who they were, but someone from the Tianqi sect looked at them carefully for a moment, and his expression changed. They're from Xianmen Tianzong. Chapter 4:12. Some of the cultivators from the Celestial Pool sect had participated in the Wilderness Sea Assembly before, so they immediately recognized that the two people sitting on the black dragon's head were Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. The black dragon's huge body emerged from the crack in space, followed by a giant beast the size of a hill. It was gray all over, had no horns, and only one leg. It looked like a cow. A handsome young man sat on the head of the giant beast. His black hair hung loosely behind him. His skin was as white as jade, and his big eyes were rolling around. After being exposed by the cultivators from the Celestial Pool sect, everyone knew that the person in front of them was a member of Xianmen Tianzong. At the sight of the young man, everyone knew that he was the famous young expert of Xianmen Tianzong, Shi Tianhao. In the Battle of Kunlun Mountain, among all the disciples under Lin Feng, Shi Tianhao had the most outstanding performance. He surpassed an entire realm and killed the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Shiling, who was in the Middle Yuanying realm with a cultivation of Middle Golden Elixir realm, which blinded everyone. Some people were full of praise, while others questioned whether he had achieved this with the help of Master Lin Feng. However, there was no doubt that the young man had really shocked the world this time. Even Primordial Soul, Tao Masters had to take him seriously. The young man sitting on the head of the Kuei Bull King was Shi Tianhao. Besides him, there were two girls, one older and one younger, sitting beside him. The older one was about 18 or 19 years old. She was curiously looking at the endless ice sea below. A golden mouse was lying on her shoulder. It was also carefully looking at the Arctic ice sea below with its ears pricked up. The younger one was about the same age as Shi Tianhao. She was only 11 or 12 years old. At this time, she was sitting there in a daze with her hands resting on her cheeks. She looked bored, but her eyes were also moving gently. No one knew what she was thinking. Naturally, Zhuge Fengling and Jun Zining were with Shi Tianhao. The three of them sat on top of King Kuei Nio's head and followed behind Black Dragon Jieyu. They passed through the void and arrived at the Arctic ice sea. As soon as Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others showed up, the cultivators nearby were in an uproar. It was not only because Xianmen Tianzong had been in the limelight recently, but also because these cultivators had heard the rumor that Xianmen Tianzong would come to the Arctic ice sea to obtain the hidden treasures of Kunping. The group of people had been searching for the Kunping's treasury for a long time, but they still couldn't find the right way. Now that they saw Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, their eyes suddenly lit up as if they had seen the guiding light. Although the rumored terrifying master of Xianmen Tianzong was not present, the lineup of Xianmen Tianzong was no small matter. Two monster kings, two heaven-defying geniuses whose combat power was comparable to that of the Yuanying stage. It was equivalent to 4 Yuanying stage cultivators huddling together. Afraid of this power, the surrounding people did not dare to make any excessive moves, but they all followed behind Zhu Yi and the others, hoping to rely on them to find the right way to the entrance of the Kunping's treasury. Over time, the forces and cultivators behind Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao increased, gradually forming a torrent, following Zhu Yi and the others from afar, like a school of sharks in the sea that smelled blood. At this moment, everyone temporarily stopped fighting and silently followed Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao's footsteps. No matter how many conflicts they had in the past, after the bloody battle, just now, they temporarily put it aside. Even if the other party was not far away from them, they ignored them. The desire for the Kuanping's treasury had overwhelmed everything at this moment. After hesitating for a while, Ancestor, he too also followed with his disciples. However, the more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. They are going to the center of the ice sea. Could it be that my previous speculation was wrong? It shouldn't be. Jieyu and Kuei Niu King flew side by side in the air. Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, who were sitting on them, looked at each other from a distance, and both smiled. In the area where Patriarch He too was just now, in another area about 1,000 miles away, the void suddenly split open, and a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, with a fair complexion and a bit of baby fat on her face, walked out from within. The girl's hair was tied into 2 pigtails. Her large eyes rolled around as she looked at the icy plains that had regained its calmness. She grinned and said, "It's really different to have an additional skill. This time, I've gotten lucky." The girl was naturally the little Taotai Tunten in human form. She clapped her hands, and suddenly a golden flame appeared in her palms. It constantly flickered like a small sun, and dazzling golden needles emerged from it. Tunten had successfully passed the lightning tribulation and formed a demon nascent soul, returning to the early demon king cultivation of infinite wasteland. With the increase in cultivation, the true sunfire that could be controlled was naturally more powerful. The golden flames landed on the ice, and the ice began to melt rapidly. The golden needle-like true sunfire constantly exploded, destroying the ice. The outer ice layer was melted by the true sunfire in an instant, but the lower it went, the slower the ice melted, and the colder the air became. Tunten's eyebrows furrowed. Good heavens, this is mysterious ice. No wonder it can even freeze space and time. It's really the coldest thing in the world. Even the Xianming true water and the 9 underworld wind are nothing compared to it. The mysterious ice that covered tens of thousands of miles of the Arctic ice sea was so huge that it was difficult to count. When they gathered together, the cold air produced was naturally extremely powerful. In the end, Tunten found it more and more difficult to control the true sunfire. She was in a bad mood and used her devouring ability to dispel the 10,000-year mysterious ice at the same time. The Taotai clan's devouring ability was indeed powerful. They even dared to swallow mysterious ice, just like ordinary people eating popsicles. But the problem was that if a person ate more than 10 kilograms of popsicles at once, they would immediately collapse. In the end, Tunten had to give up devouring and continue to break the ice with the true sun fire. If I can cultivate an indestructible demon spirit and control the true sun fire, I will soon be able to break the ice. Tunten thought in distress. If that old golden crow knew about this long ago, it would have been very easy for him to take out the secret treasure. But then we won't get anything. It was at this moment that Tunten's heart suddenly tightened. She hurriedly turned around and saw 4 figures appear behind her. The one at the front was a strange sight. He had an aged appearance, a hunchback, and a bird's face but a fish's head. He looked at Tunten and sneered. How about it? You should believe this old man's words now, right? The old man was Ancestor Kuan-Yu. One of his clones had been captured by Lin Feng, so it was his main body that had appeared here. The 3 people beside him were the helpers he had invited to search for the treasure. All of them had advanced Yuanine cultivation. Next to him was a middle-aged, scholarly man called Ancestor Xianlin. He was an expert among the natives of the Arctic ice sea and an unaffiliated cultivator. It was quite rare for him to reach the advanced yuanying stage. Ancestor Xianlin said, "Those Xianmen Tianzong disciples are indeed a decoy." Ancestor Kuan, Yu proudly said, "I have carefully studied Xianmen Tianzong's information. Besides the master of the Celestial Gate, there are only two people who can control the power of true sun fire. One is the eldest disciple of the Celestial Gate, Xiao Yan, and the other is this young Tao Tai. These two weren't in that group of people just now, so it's naturally a diversion. One of the other two was a burly man with a large hooked nose. He was from the demon race and was called the Nine-Clawed Eagle King. He was a nine-clawed golden eagle in human form. The Nine-Clawed Eagle King's physique was already quite robust, but it paled in comparison to the brawny man standing beside it. The brawny man was over 3 meters tall, and he was a giant whale that had turned into a demon near the Arctic ice sea. His name was extremely renowned in this region, and he was respectfully known as the North Sea Whale King. Why didn't the master of the Celestial Gate come to take the treasure himself? The Nine-Clawed Eagle King's voice was sharp like an eagle's cry. Ancestor Kuan Yu smiled and said, "I have already received news that Lin Feng is busy dealing with the Essence Soul experts who came after hearing the news." Ancestor Kuan Yu laughed sinisterly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent only his disciples to take the treasure. It's because he can't leave himself. The North Sea Whale King said in a muffled voice, "Wasn't your clone killed by his clone?" Ancestor Kuan Yu's mouth twitched. He snorted and said, "I can guess that his clone is probably hiding nearby and preparing to ambush us, because he knows that I can also confirm the specific location of the entrance to the Ku Peng secret treasure." As he spoke, Ancestor Kuan Yu flashed a talisman in his hand. "That's why I spent a lot of money to get this illusory mirage talisman to hide from the master of the Celestial Gate. Although his clone is strong, it's still a yuanying stage clone. He can't see through the illusory mirage talisman to hide our whereabouts without reaching the Essence Soul stage." The North Sea Whale King nodded and said, "Then let's not waste time and capture this little girl alive. Don't kill her, or we won't have the true sun fire anymore." Patriarch Xianlin smiled and said, "Easy." With that, he formed a giant ice hand with his power and grabbed at Tuntun's head. Tuntun's eyebrows twitched, and she activated the true sun fire, causing it to explode on the ice hand. Then she opened her mouth and activated the devouring the heavens and earth ability to devour a large amount of the already unstable ice hand's power. Patriarch Xuanlin's move was neutralized by her. The Tao Tai was a great ancient demon, and its strength could crush most opponents of the same cultivation level. Tuntun had cultivated a demon Nason again and advanced to the Demon King stage. Its strength was even stronger than when it was in the infinite wasteland. Patriarch Xuanlin's carelessness almost made him lose face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he felt that he had lost face. He activated his power again, and the ice hand that was gradually melting showed its power again. It became even stronger and slammed down on Tuntun. He was an advanced, yuanying old monster after all. Even if he didn't manifest his heaven and earth avatar, he was still extremely powerful. Tuntun didn't panic at all. Instead, she grinned at Patriarch Xianlin and then glanced at Ancestor Kuan Yu, the Nine-Clawed Eagle King, and the North Sea Whale King behind him. Her eyes were green as if she was looking at food. Patriarch Xianlin and the other three were extremely unhappy to be sized up by a little girl at the early Demon King stage, and alarm bells rang in their hearts. Something's wrong. The same thought emerged in the minds of the four at the same time, but before they could react, purple chi surged in the sky, and a figure walked out of the spatial crack. It was Lin Feng. Ancestor Kuan Yu stared at Lin Feng for a long time as if she had seen a ghost. "This is your clone, and your cultivation level is only at the yuanying stage. How could you see through the concealment of my mirage talisman? Chapter 4:13. It wasn't Lin Feng's true body that had appeared here. It was his metal tree avatar. Lin Feng held a faint golden pearl in his hand and stared at ancestral master Kuan Yu with interest. Oh, Mirage Talisman? It looks like it's from the Mirage demon race of Infinite Wilderness. Ancestral Master Kuan, you said bitterly, since you can find us, why did you send your disciple to mislead us? Lin Feng smiled, but didn't say anything. He wasn't obliged to explain to ancestral Master Kuan Yu. In reality, he really didn't expect Kuan Yu to have a treasure like the Mirage Talisman. However, Kuan Yu also didn't expect that Lin Feng's Celestial Sea Golden Pearl would actually have an innate counter to the Mirage Talisman. The reason why he asked Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao to lure away the cultivators gathered here was simple. There was a saying that justice was a timid little girl who only dared to appear when there were many people around. This saying was a bit extreme, but it was applicable to some people in certain situations. On the other hand, evil was also a timid little girl. The more inaccessible the environment, the more likely it was to appear. If ancestral Master Kuan Yu and the others had the ability to sweep everyone away, they wouldn't have to worry about the others. But the problem was that they didn't. If Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao hadn't lured everyone away, ancestral Master Kuan, you would still have hidden among the people and waited for the right opportunity to appear. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu was shocked, but the three old monsters next to him were also shocked, but they quickly recovered. The nine-clawed Eagle King looked at ancestral Master Kuan Yu fiercely. Are you sure his true body can't come here? Ancestral Master Kuan Yu also reacted. He stared at Lin Feng and smiled sinisterly. At least not in the short term. The nine-clawed Eagle King shouted, "Then let's kill his avatar first. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat the four of us together. Once we obtain the Kuan Peng's secret treasury and obtain its inheritance, he won't be able to do anything to us even if his true body comes." As it spoke, the nine-clawed Eagle King let out a shrill cry and directly shed its human form, revealing its true form of the demon clan. It turned into a giant golden eagle with iron-like feathers and 9 sharp claws under its abdomen. Its pair of eagle eyes shone with an ominous light. They were currently in a tunnel that Tunten had used the true sun fire to burn through the ice. The tunnel was narrow, and they were surrounded by solid ice that was thousands of years old. The 9-clawed Eagle King had revealed its true form and was naturally not its true size. It looked like an ordinary eagle, but in terms of power, it would not weaken in the slightest. As the 9-clawed golden condor screeched, a shadow appeared above his head, and a golden condor that was completely made of light appeared. It was his Dharma idol, and it had shrunk in size. Dharma idols were great divine abilities that could change their size at will. While the 9-clawed Eagle King made its move, the others didn't stay idle either. Xianlin Patriarch slapped the top of his head, and a translucent figure made entirely of ice flew out of the light. The figure stood on the ground, causing the temperature in the ice cave to drop even further. Ancestor Xuanlin's Taoist technique originated from ice and snow. In such a cold environment, although his heaven and earth form could not directly mobilize the power of the 1,000-year mysterious ice, his combat strength was undoubtedly greatly enhanced under the home environment. The same principle applied to the North Sea Whale King and ancestral Master Kuan Yu. The Northern Sea Whale King was a giant whale that had turned into a demon. It could unleash 200% of its power in the water. Now that it was in the glacier, it could also borrow the cold air to fight. The depths of the Arctic Sea were abnormally cold. His Dharma form, on the other hand, was a giant whale. it had shrunk in size in the ice cave, so the visual pressure wasn't as strong. However, the aura of his Dharma power was strong and didn't diminish in the slightest. Ancestral Master Kuan used Taoist technique, incorporated the inheritance of the Kuan Peng. Both his main body and avatar had cultivated to the late-stage Yuanying level, which was quite rare. Both his main body and avatar had cultivated heaven and earth forms and obtained one of the two forms of the Kuan Peng. The avatar's heaven and earth form was in the form of a Peng, while the main body's heaven and earth form was in the form of a Kuan. The Kuan Peng turned into a Kuan in the water. Its body was thousands of miles long, and it was the largest type of demon in the water. It was extremely powerful. The Kuan Peng had two forms. The Peng form had the top speed of the demon race, while the Kuan form had immense power. Ancestral Master Kuan, Yu's main body, had manifested his heaven and earth form, which was a giant fish. Just like the North Sea Whale King, he had shrunk his heaven and earth form's size. However, the vast power fluctuations coming from it were the strongest among the four. Although it was a 4-on-1 fight, and 4 late-stage Yuanying cultivators were ganging up on one early-stage Yuanying cultivator, Ancestral Master Kuan Yu, and the others simultaneously used their trump cards against Lin Feng. The 4 late-stage Yuanying cultivators manifested their heaven and earth form together, and the power was extraordinary. Tunten kept shrinking behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them and smiled, thinking, it has a lot to do with my low reputation in the Arctic Sea area. Over at Kunlun Mountain, even if it's a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, when they see a clone of mine, their first reaction is to turn around and run. However, things will soon be different. He pointed at his glabella, and a scarlet-red flame immediately flew out and landed on the ice. It turned out to be a full-body battle armor. Its powerful dermic power waves shook even the surrounding manifold, mysterious ice. It was the Dharma treasure that Lin Feng had refined, the Flame Dragon Sky armor. The moment the treasure appeared, Ancestral Master Kuan Yu and the others' heaven and earth form became like lambs that had seen a wolf. They were so suppressed that they could barely breathe. During the battle on Kunlun Mountain, Lin Feng did not use the Flame Dragon Sky armor against nascent soul cultivators. It was not because it was useless, but because it might expose the Flame Dragon Sky armor's background. It would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng if it was leaked. However, it was not a problem to deal with Ancestral Master Kuan Yu and the others now. Although the Flame Dragon Sky armor was a fake Dharma treasure that Lin Feng had refined, its power was not inferior to a real Dharma treasure. It was almost equivalent to a first-layer nascent soul cultivator. The God of War clone did not shrink this time. Instead, it fused tightly with the armor. It was more than 2 meters tall and was filled with explosive power. It was like an active volcano that was about to erupt. Kuan Yu and the others could only wait to be captured. The 9-clawed Eagle King wanted to use its bird-like nature to escape with its speed advantage. As a result, Lin Feng raised the purple flag, and a false astral wind god rushed out. The 9-clawed Eagle King immediately followed in the footsteps of the Kuan Yu Patriarch's clone in the past. It was directly slashed by the false astral wind god and heavily injured. However, Lin Feng did not kill it, and the North Sea Whale King was spared. They were both seriously injured and could not do anything. They were each imprisoned in a small world. My disciples are gradually growing. It's time to prepare mounts for them. Lin Feng sighed. It's not easy to accumulate so much wealth. Ancestral Master Xianlin was not so lucky and was killed on the spot. Kuan Yu was also killed by Lin Feng. He originally wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng, but now all his things were in Lin Feng's hands. After interrogating Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's divine soul, Lin Feng thought did he obtain the incomplete power inheritance of the dark beast Mingdu in a medium-sized world. According to Kuan Yu, that medium-sized world was extremely barren and was now occupied by a great demon from vast Tianhuan land. The other party was extremely powerful and was a demon sage who had an indestructible demon soul. There were no cultivation resources in that medium-sized world, and the spirit chi was also very thin. The few natives were also killed by the great demon. Ancestral Master Kuan, you accidentally entered and almost died in the hands of the great demon. He quickly submitted and was willing to serve the demon sage. The demon sage seemed to have some ideas about the divine land, but it was not convenient for him to enter. Therefore, he used Ancestral Master Kuan Yu to travel between the medium-sized world and the divine land. While gathering information, he also bought some treasures unique to the divine land. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu also obtained some benefits. He learned some power inheritance of the dark beast Ming Du from the demon sage. That demon race great sage was a Mingdu instead. He had an extremely complete skeleton of Ming Du. There wasn't even a tooth or finger bone missing. Ancestral Master Kuan Yu observed the Ming Du skeleton and tried to figure out some of the power of extreme darkness. But every time, before he could reap more benefits, the great sage of the monster clan would take away the bones, which made his heart itch. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and had no choice but to serve the great sage of the monster clan over and over again in order to obtain more benefits. According to Ancestral Master Kuan Yu's perception, this Mingdu was extremely powerful before it was born. It was definitely a demon sage that cultivated the immortal demon soul, but for some reason it died, and its skeleton fell into someone else's hands. Knowing all of this, after the initial joy, Lin Feng's eyebrows gradually furrowed, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Even though I don't know what level of indestructible demon soul this Ming solitary was at when it was alive, but to be able to preserve its skeleton so completely is really rare. The most valuable thing in the Kuan Peng secret treasure that many people are crazy about is the Kuan Peng skeleton. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. That demon sage got such a complete Ming Du skeleton. Why didn't he absorb and refine its power? Lin Feng carefully pondered. Unless this solitary dark skeleton has other uses in his hands, being able to display an even greater effect. Sun Yang Essence Stone, Qian Yuan Flame Essence Soul, Ancient Willow Root. Lin Feng recalled. These were the treasures that the demon sage collected from the divine land through Ancestral Master Kuan Yu. The illusionary mirage talisman that Patriarch Kuan Yu used to hide his whereabouts was also obtained from the great sage of the demon race. Connecting this to the fact that the great sage of the demon race occupied a barren medium-class world and constantly paid attention to the movements of the divine land, a vague clue appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It's a pity that I don't know the race of that great demon. Otherwise, I should be able to get more useful information. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at the talisman that he got from Ancestral Master Kuan Yu. No matter what, I have to go to that medium-class world. Through this spirit talisman, Lin Feng can determine the spatial position of the dimensional realm, and from there find its location in the turbulent space. But that's in the future. Lin Feng smiled. Let's finish the things in front of us first. Lin Feng sent a message to Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, who were strolling in the garden with the others. He asked them to come here and meet him. After Shi Tianhao and the others arrived, the people behind them also followed them. After seeing the surrounding landscape, they all cursed in their minds, cunning Xianmen Tianzong. Some of the bad-tempered ones cursed out loud. A middle-stage Yuaniing ancestor of the Heavenly Pool sect pointed at Zhu Yi and cursed, "That kid, do you think we are monkeys?" Chapter 4:14. Everyone frowned when they heard the elder of the Celestial Pool sect. Some of the younger cultivators snickered. The Yuanying elder had cursed himself too. But in fact, the nascent soul stage patriarch of the Heavenly Lake sect seemed to be angry and angry, but in fact, he did it on purpose. In order to arouse the anger of everyone present, he attacked the celestial sect of Xian Men. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the rest looked at each other and smiled. They did not care. Zhuge Fengling giggled. We were traveling to enjoy the scenery of the ice sea, but you kept following us. We were wondering why you were following us. The middle stage, Yuanying elder of the Celestial Pool sect, was furious. How dare you? Die, bitch! He waved his hand, and the ice flame rushed towards Zhuge Fengling, who was on the Kuei Niu King. Behind him, the rest of the people from the Celestial Pool sect did not look good. They released their mana towards Zhu Yi, Tiny Tot, and the rest. One of the late-stage Yuanying elders did not move, but he stared at the Kuei Niu King and the black dragon Jieyu to prevent them from escaping. Although the name of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was famous, its influence in the Arctic Ice Sea area was actually not that big. Therefore, although everyone was a little wary, they were not afraid, especially when they saw that the Celestial Sect of Wonders Master Lin Feng was not here. And with the Celestial Pool sect taking the lead, the crowd immediately surged and became restless. Zhu Yi looked at the ice flame calmly. He flew up and left Jieyu's head to face the ice flame. He stepped on the void and walked forward step by step. He was not fast or slow, but he was filled with unwavering determination. As he moved forward, streams of black and white magical power gushed out and weaved into a huge sacrificial altar under his feet. Black and white intertwined. This altar looked like a mandala flower, but at the same time, it was not a mandala flower. Bright and dazzling rays of light intertwined with dark and deep black lines, forming lines that looked like the orbits of stars in the sky. Zhu Yi stood on top of the altar, facing the ice flame that was already in front of him. His pupils suddenly changed. His right eye emitted a dazzling radiance. It did not make one feel warm, nor did it contain any warmth. It was the purest, most primitive, and brightest radiance. His left eye, on the other hand, had turned pitch black. The white of his pupil had completely disappeared, leaving behind only endless darkness, like the most serene abyss without the slightest trace of light. In the next moment, the light in Zhu Yi's right eye disappeared without a trace, turning into boundless darkness. It was like an eternal night had descended, devouring everything in the world. Meanwhile, within his left eye's extreme darkness, it released great radiance, turning into the most extreme radiance. It pierced through the heavens and earth, illuminating the ages. The extreme radiance gave birth to darkness, and the extreme darkness gave birth to light. Light and darkness reversed, turning into modeled characters in the space. Light and darkness mixed together, looking messy. However, light and darkness never interfered with each other. The brightest light and the most serene darkness were clearly separated, yet they blended into one. Under Zhu Yi's control, these light and dark characters quickly turned into a colorful text. It was filled with the great momentum of humanity, carrying on the past and opening up the future, breaking through the old and reforming. It went against the current, rumbling as it dispersed the ice flames in front. When this spell was used, the ice sea cultivators who were ready to make a move all quieted down. Rumors were one thing, and seeing it with one's own eyes was another. No matter how detailed the rumors were, the impact they had on people was not as great as seeing it with one's own eyes. Seeing that Zhu Yi could actually fight against a middle-stage Yuanying cultivator, everyone felt that it was unreal, surpassing a whole realm. Wasn't it said that Shi Tianhao did it? How come this Zhu Yi could do it too? Could it be that everyone in Xianmen Tianzong is this powerful? The old ancestor of Tianqi sect, who was fighting with Zhu Yi, was called Old Ancestor Snowy Peak. He was actually not that old, not even 1,000 years old. With his current cultivation, he still had great potential. He was the leader of the Tianqi sect's middle generation. Now that he was defeated by Zhu Yi, Old Ancestor Snowy Peak suddenly felt embarrassed. He sneered and said, "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Although he was angry, he didn't let his guard down at all. His attacks were accurate and ruthless. The ice flame that Zhu Yi had defeated became stronger again, and the fire was even fiercer than before. When these ice flames expanded to a certain extent, they all turned into pale white flames that seemed to be solid. They looked like flames, but it was almost impossible to see that they were dancing. These solid ice flames quickly formed a huge cube, wrapping Zhu Yi in it like a cage. The special space sealing ability of Yuanian cultivators was exerted at this moment, firmly imprisoning Zhu Yi. The inside of the ice flames was like an independent space, completely isolated from the outside world. In here, Zhu Yi felt that he couldn't mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at all, and he also lost the connection with the Tao of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy around him was burning hot and freezing cold. It was completely formed from ice flames, and it was constantly attacking his body. Seeing this, Zhu Yi secretly nodded. The strength of a middle-stage Yuanian cultivator is indeed different from that of an early-stage Yuanian cultivator. He cast an incantation and raised both of his hands. A mass of bright white thunder light flew up into the sky, turning into a white lightning net in the air. It was the Yuanian realm magical item that Zhu Yi had obtained from Lin Feng, the Desolate Element 9 Refinement's Thunder Net. The thunder net quickly expanded in the space, and in the end, it turned into a huge thunder net that covered the sky. Violent lightning bolts were running on the lines of the net, making the whole net look like countless brontosaurus crisscrossing. Within the white thunder light, the crystal-like folds of space were stacked together, constantly twisting and shaking. After making contact with Ancestor Snowy Peak's ice flames, the thunder light and the ice flames fiercely collided, exploding nonstop. At this moment, the space that had been imprisoned by the ice flames loosened. With the help of the Yuanian realm magical item, Zhu Yi was about to break the ice flame space of Ancestor Snowy Peak. The surrounding ice sea cultivators were pointing at him, but Ancestor Snowy Peak didn't get angry anymore. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. He suddenly cast an eccentric incantation with his right hand. The next moment, a white mist suddenly appeared in the space created by the ice flames. When the mist touched the magic power of Zhu Yi and the Desolate Element 9 Refinement's Thunder Net, it immediately turned into a boundless fire. The fire was extremely fierce and violent. The secret magical technique of the Heavenly Pool sect, the Ice Flower Burning Flame technique. This technique was quite famous, and many people recognized it. Although they weren't the target of Ancestor Snowy Peak's attack, they were still frightened by it. The Ice Flower Burning Flame technique could turn the opponent's magic power into its own fuel, which would constantly increase the power of the technique. The stronger the opponent's magic power was, the more powerful the Ice Flower Burning Flame technique would be. The opponent tried to strengthen his magic power to resist the Ice Flower Burning Flame technique, but the result was like adding firewood to the fire, increasing the power of the Ice Flower Burning Flame technique, and sending all his magic power to the enemy. When Xianmen Tianzong and the others saw Ancestor Snowy Peak cast this magical technique, their faces turned serious. They had all seen Dao Yuding cast the Ice Flower Burning Flame technique in the Desolate Sea Grand Assembly. This magical technique was extremely difficult to cultivate and was considered to be difficult even for the cultivators of the Golden Elixir period. Only the cultivators of the Yuanying period could master it. When Dao Yuding learned the ice flower burning flame technique with the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm, it shocked the world, and the name of a genius spread like wildfire. However, praising her as a genius was mainly because her own cultivation was low, yet she was able to comprehend this spell. To really say that her attainments in the ice aurora incineration technique was very profound, that was unrealistic, as she had only learned a bit of superficial knowledge. After all, as one of the top magical techniques of the Heavenly Pool sect, the ice flower burning flame technique was quite difficult to master. However, at this moment, when Ancestor Snowy Peak cast it, it was extremely smooth and skillful, as if he had already mastered its essence. Whether it was the light and dark characters of Zhu Yi or the white thunder light of the Desolation Prime 9 smelting thunder net, they were all incinerated by the white icy mist of Ancestor Snowy Peak, turning into fuel for the raging fire. With a calm expression, Zhu Yi waved his hand casually. Under his pen, the light and dark characters once again turned into a magnificent article, and this time Zhu Yi wrote the second paragraph of the article. When the second paragraph was completed on the basis of the original concept, it revealed an even more powerful concept, one that surpassed everything and had no limit. All obstacles, all shackles, all difficulties were insignificant and would eventually be surpassed. Enemies would be surpassed, difficulties would be surpassed, time would be surpassed, space would be surpassed, and the limits of the world would also be surpassed. Only the general trend of humanity would keep moving forward. The Desolation Prime 9 smelting thunder net turned into a sheet of pure white thunderlight surrounding the magnificent article written by the light and dark characters, as if it was framed. Under the powerful force that surpassed all obstacles, even the ice essence burning flame couldn't burn it. The magnificent article turned into rolling flowing light, as if it was galloping, breaking the icy mist and raging fire of the ice essence burning flame, breaking the ice flame wall that confined the space, and showing itself in front of the world. After the flowing light, Zhu Yi slowly walked out, and with each step he took, the interweaving black and white light extended forward, paving a path. Not to mention Ancestor Snowy Peak. Even the other cultivators of the Heaven Pool sect were shocked, as they had never thought that Zhu Yi's Tao was so powerful that Ancestor Snowy Peak, who was at the middle stage of Yuanying, couldn't do anything to him, and even his most powerful magic was broken. The other cultivators from the Ice Sea were even more shocked. This Zhu Yi actually has the upper hand. The middle stage of Golden Elixir is fighting against the middle stage of Yuanying, and Zhu Yi, who is at the middle stage of Golden Elixir, has the upper hand. This disciple of Xianmen Tianzong is so terrifying. Watching Zhu Yi walk toward him, Ancestor Snowy Peak felt a slight chill in his heart. From the Heaven Pool sect's camp, a white-bearded elder walked out, slowly. "Enough, young man. Enough is enough. Don't push your luck." Zhu Yi said lightly, "Don't push your luck. We should be the ones saying that to your Heaven Pool sect. Since the Barren Sea Divine Assembly, you have provoked me, Xianmen Tianzong, again and again. Why don't you know that enough is enough? Since you don't know, then let us teach you." The white-bearded elder's face darkened. "It seems that it's time to teach you the rules. The master of the Xianmen sect doesn't teach children, so I will teach you on his behalf." Zhu Yi said lightly, "If you don't respect your elders, no one will respect you." "Hey!" The white-bearded elder didn't say anything else. As he sneered, a wild and vast wave of magic power spread out, showing that he was at the late stage of Yuanying. Chapter 415. During the Desolate Sea Assembly, the Celestial Pool sect Master Chao Wei and Lin Feng didn't get along. Most of the disputes were started by Chao Wei. Chao Wei had his own reasons for doing this, but only Chao Wei knew about it. Most of the celestial pool sects people didn't know about it. However, this didn't prevent them from following in the footsteps of their sect master. What's more, the dispute between the celestial pool sect and Xianmen Tianzong at the Desolate Sea assembly ended with the celestial pool sect suffering losses. This made the celestial pool sect's cultivators even more unhappy. To the cultivators of the Heavenly Lake sect, the person that made them the most unhappy was still the Northern Militant Imperial Court. However, the celestial sect of Xianmen could already be ranked second, and they had the momentum to surpass the first place of the Northern Militant Imperial Court. Chao Wei couldn't tell his sect not to provoke Xianmen Tianzong. That would be too cowardly, and the celestial pool sect's prestige would be ruined. The white-bearded old man was the celestial pool sect's elder, a late-stage Yuanying ancestor. Although he was unhappy with Xianmen Tianzong, he could still control his temper. He didn't start a fight like Ancestor Snowy Peak. However, he didn't expect Ancestor Snowy Peak, a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator, to lose to Zhu Yi, a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator. In the eyes of others, the celestial pool sect had lost even more face. This was something the white-bearded old man couldn't tolerate, so he decisively made a move. A golden elixir period cultivator didn't dare to fight against a golden elixir period cultivator, so he had to send a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator. However, even a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator wasn't a match. In the end, he had to force a late-stage Yuanying cultivator to make a move. Even if Zhu Yi and the others lost to the white-bearded old man, it would still be a glorious defeat. However, the white-bearded old man couldn't just admit defeat like this. Even if he was said to be bullying the weak, it was still better than having his face shaved clean. Therefore, the white-bearded old man directly clasped his hands together. A light flashed above his head, and a snow mountain that was dozens of feet tall appeared. The snow on the top of the snow-capped mountain suddenly melted, and thick smoke billowed out. A large amount of raging fire and lava spurted out. In order to take down Zhu Yi and the others as quickly and cleanly as possible, the white-bearded old man revealed his heaven and earth avatar. The Dharma idol he cultivated was not in the shape of a human, but a huge active volcano. As soon as the silhouette of this active volcano appeared, a majestic wave of magic power spread out, immediately pressing down on Xianmen Tianzong, making it hard for them to breathe. Even the middle-stage demon king Kuei Ox King and early-stage demon king Jia, you could not bear it. However, the onlookers did not come up to help. They had no intention of attacking the celestial sect of wonders together. Most of them found a problem after calculating in their hearts. Yu Hongyan, Zhuge Fengling, and Jun Zining had not formed their gold cores yet, so they could be ignored for the time being. The remaining people of Xianmen Tianzong were two from the demon clan. One was equivalent to a middle-stage Yuanying human, and the other was equivalent to a middle-stage Yuanying human. The remaining two were Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot. Although they were both middle-stage golden elixir, they had combat strength that was superior to ordinary middle-stage Yuanying old monsters. The Kuei Ox King and the Dragon Clan were primordial mutants with extraordinary strength. They were among the best of the Demon Clan in the same realm. In this way, even if the white-bearded old man was a middle-stage Yuanying old monster, it would not be easy for him to fight against four of them. Not to mention the others, even the cultivators of Celestial Pool sect were a little nervous. They were actually quite confident that the white-bearded old man could win, but it would be a little difficult to win beautifully. Ancestor Snowy Peak's eyes suddenly turned red. He stared at Zhu Yi and roared, "Little bastard, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." With that, he rushed forward again. This time, he and Whitebeard were fighting Xianmen Tianzong together. The white-bearded old man understood that Ancestor Snowy Peak was deliberately acting like this in order to help him and ensure that nothing would go wrong. He did not speak. His real body closed his eyes, and the Snowy Peak volcano projected by the light and shadow above his head pressed down on Zhu-Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others with a loud boom. Although Ancestor Snowy Peak seemed to be reckless and dizzy with anger, he was actually very calm. He had just fought with Zhu-Yi, so he knew Zhu-Yi's strength very well. From this, he could roughly guess the level of Shi Tianhao's strength. Therefore, Ancestor Snowy Peak attacked with all his strength. While activating his Dharma art, he waved his hand and shot out a golden light. The golden light fell into the air, and suddenly a vast Buddhist magic power spread out from it. Waves of Buddhist chants rang out continuously, and the chanting of Buddhist Sanskrit instantly spread throughout the entire space. Rays of golden Buddhist light emerged, and the nearby Arctic tundra was illuminated with a golden light. Even in the face of the white-bearded old man's heaven and earth law, this majestic Buddhist light did not weaken in the slightest. Everyone looked at the center of the Buddhist light and saw that there was a fist-sized pill emitting a strong Buddhist nature. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, cracks appeared in the space, and the world seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Sarira, Zhu-Yi slightly frowned. It's the Sarira of a Buddhist monk with strength equivalent to the late Yuanying realm. When the others heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. The Great Lane Temple was destroyed, and almost all the Buddhist relics were taken away. Most of them fell into the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty, and a small number were scattered in the outside world. Ancestor Snowy Peak had obtained such a Sarira, and then refined it, turning it into a Dharma artifact of his. Shi Tianhao, who had been sitting on the Kuei Ox King's head and watching the show silently, suddenly stood up and stared at the Sarira in the air. This thing is not bad. Hearing this, the onlookers were speechless. Of course it was not bad. When it hit you, it would be even better. Ancestor Snowy Peak was so angry that he laughed. Without saying anything, he formed a Dharma art, and the Sarira shone brightly. In the light, the Sarira's shape gradually changed, and it turned into a golden ancient Buddha. This golden ancient Buddha's eyes were slightly closed, and it sat cross-legged in the air, its hands forming a Dharma art, and its expression was peaceful. However, when Zhu-Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others first saw it, the first thing they felt was that this golden Buddha had experienced the vicissitudes of the world, thousands of tribulations, the past, and the future. It was still eternal and free. It was as if it was the most dignified existence in the world, suppressing all evil and crooked ways, immovable like a mountain. Zhu-Yi said in a deep voice, immovable Rulai scripture. When this Buddhist monk was alive, he cultivated the most powerful immovable Rulai scripture of the 5 Rulai scriptures. The Great Lane Temple's most supreme Buddhist scripture was the 5 Rulai scripture. Back in the Sand Continent, Lin Feng and Zhu-Yi had obtained one of the 5 Rulai scriptures by chance, the true meaning of Buddha's Dharma of the Infinite Light Rulai scripture. Although it wasn't a complete Buddhist scripture, they still benefited a lot after comprehending it. And in the legends, the immovable Tathagata scripture was even better than the immeasurable light Tathagata scripture by half a level. It was the Great Thunderclap Temple's supreme scripture, and its position in the Great Thunderclap Temple was equivalent to the position of the Supreme Wang Qing Dao and the Void Yin Yang Dao, the 2 scriptures, in the Void Temple. To be able to cultivate the immovable Rulai scripture meant that this Buddhist monk had been a core figure in the Great Lane Temple when he was alive. It was a pity that after he passed away, his grave was dug up and his Sarira was refined into a magical artifact. The little Shi Tianhao stared at the golden ancient Buddha for a while. It's not just not bad. The surrounding crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You finally understood that it wasn't just not bad. If this thing's fist hit you, you would definitely cry for your parents. Who knew that Shi Tianhao's next words would make them vomit blood? I wanted even more. The corners of their mouths twitched. This brat, as if it was also angered by Shi Tianhao, the golden ancient Buddha in the air raised its palm and formed a fist. The golden ancient Buddha clenched his fist, causing a boom sound to ring out. All of the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be sucked out by the clenching of his fist. All of it was clenched in his palm and clenched in his fist. The arms slowly pushed forward. The movement seemed to be incomparably slow, yet it seemed to be incomparably fast, merging the feelings of fast and slow together. The golden ancient Buddha punched out, and it drew a mysterious trajectory. It contained unparalleled power and fiercely bombarded towards Shi Tianhao in front of it. In a single punch, the entire void was blasted apart by this punch. The space turned into nothingness, and the air in all directions was completely blasted apart. Intense air currents pulled each other. Shi Tianhao didn't panic. He smiled and said, "Second senior brother, I want this thing. Don't break it." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. "As you wish. But let me say this in advance. I'm also very interested." Everyone, including the white-bearded old man and ancestor Snowy Peak himself, widened their eyes and stared blankly at the pair of brothers, Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao. Just what are these two people thinking? Don't they know that right now they're facing the attacks of two late-stage Yuanine cultivators? The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Late-stage Yuanine cultivators and middle-stage Yuanine cultivators are completely different. Arrogance. Their past achievements have made these Xianmen Tianzong disciples complacent. They don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth anymore. Do they think they're the master of Xianmen Tianzong? They don't know the gravity of the situation. This time, they're bound to suffer a great loss. They'll definitely be suppressed and captured. It's a pity that the master of Xianmen Tianzong has to pay the price to redeem them. Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao didn't care about the comments of others. Shi Tianhao even sat down on the head of the Kuei Ox King again and returned to his leisurely appearance of watching a show. Zhu Yi didn't panic. He just waved his hand, and a light spot flew into the sky and expanded rapidly, turning into an incomparably complicated huge array. Yin and Yang life and death array. All kinds of mysterious runes and diagrams rose and fell in the formation and combined together, gradually forming a huge black and white pattern that covered the sky and covered the earth. Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot were full of confidence because before they left, Lin Feng gave them the Yin and Yang life and death array in case they needed it. Everyone present stared blankly at the huge array above their heads, feeling dizzy. The white-bearded old man, ancestor Snowy Peak, and the other cultivators of Heavenly Pool sect were so depressed that they almost fainted. F***CK. This is too shameless. Not only can the mountain gate and the blessed land move, even the mountain defense array is also F***King portable and can be carried everywhere. Xianmen Tianzong, can you be any more shameless? Chapter 416. When the Yin and Yang life and death formation was in Zhu Yi's hands, its power was naturally not the same as when it was in Lin Feng's hands. What was more, he did not really control the Yin and Yang life and death formation, but only temporarily controlled it with the help of Lin Feng. Even so, the current Yin and Yang life and death formation was not something that the white-bearded old man and ancestor Snowy Peak could resist. All the cultivators of the Tianqi sect were cursing in their hearts. However, the moment Zhu Yi's array diagram appeared, the world turned upside down. The white-bearded old man's Dharma idol and Patriarch Snowy Peak's Sarira were all swept away by the Yin and Yang life and death formation. Patriarch Snowy Peak's heart was bleeding. That relic was something that he had painstakingly obtained. He had refined it for a long time, and its power was even greater than his own. Even if he added all his belongings together, it would not be as valuable as that relic. But now, Zhu Yi had taken it away without any trace of politeness. Compared to Patriarch Snowy Peak, the white-bearded old man from the late Yuanying realm was even more pained. The Dharma form of heaven and earth was the condensation of all the magical power and essence of the cultivators in the later stage of Yuanying. It was the foundation for them to look down upon all the heroes, and it was also the foundation for them to break through to the primordial divinity state in the future. But now, he was directly swept away by the yin and yang life and death formation. Immediately, the white-bearded old man felt the connection between him and the Dharma form of heaven and earth being cut off. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Both his spirit and body were injured. Yuanying was so shocked that it almost flew out of its body. The white-bearded old man's eyes were already bloodshot. No matter how precious a relic was, it was still an external object. However, the Dharma idol of heaven and earth was almost equivalent to half a life. This was not because his Dharma form had been damaged in a fight with someone, but because it had been completely destroyed. The heavenly laws embodiment technique was capable of a myriad of transformations. Even if it was damaged, it would recover very quickly. However, if the Dharma form of heaven and earth was completely destroyed, although the cultivation base of the white-bearded old man would not drop to the middle stage of Yuanying, his vitality would be greatly damaged, and his strength would be even weaker than a middle-stage Yuanying cultivator. He would need to spend a very long time to cultivate the Dharma form of heaven and earth again. Only when the next heaven and earth Dharma idol was cultivated would he regain his original strength. The time it took to cultivate this Dharma idol was closely related to the time he had cultivated in the past. This was because the first Dharma idol was equivalent to the accumulation of a lifetime's worth of cultivation. If the first Dharma idol was destroyed, cultivating a new one would take much less time, but it would still take about half the time. Just thinking about it made the white-bearded old man dizzy. That would take close to 1,000 years. During this period of time, he wouldn't have to do anything else. He would just focus on condensing the second heaven and earth aspect. Even though the white-bearded old man was so furious that he was seeing stars, he was powerless to take revenge. Instead, he had to retreat continuously, fleeing as though he was flying. If he did not leave, he himself would be swept away by the yin and yang life and death formation. At that time, he would not only lose half of his life, but his whole life. The white-bearded old man was not the only one. With Ancestor Snowy Peak as the leader, the rest of the Skypon sex cultivators also covered their heads and scurried away, afraid of falling into the yin and yang life and death array. There was only one thought in the minds of all the cultivators of the Skypon sect. Xianmen Tianzong was 2F** King Shameless. Not only could the mountain gate and cave escape, but even the mountain guarding formation could also escape. What kind of mountain guarding formation was this? Generally speaking, the power of a formation was the top among the magic skills of the same level, but there were also many limitations, such as the conditions and materials used to set up the formation. There were also differences in the power of different formations. The more powerful a formation was, the more dependent it was on the geographical conditions. Usually, it had to rely on the geographical conditions to maximize the power of the heaven and earth, so as to exert its greatest power. The supreme yin and yang void formation of the Taishu Temple, the Mahavarokana formation of the Big Lane Temple, and the great immortal nature sword formation of the Mount Shu Sword sect were all the same. For this reason, among the top formations of the Demon Clan, the 9 Sparkle Sky Falling formation was the most troublesome and frightening. Its power might not be much higher than that of the other top formations, but the key was that the 9 sparkle sky falling formation could move at any time. As long as there was the formation map and the corresponding materials, the formation could be set up anywhere. At that time, with the help of the power of the 9 sparkle stars in the sky, the formation could hit wherever it was pointed. Right now, the yin and yang life and death formation was also a powerful formation that could move at any time. The power of the mountain guarding formation was at the same level, but it could move like a small formation. Facing such a formation, the cultivators of the Heavenly Pool sect couldn't think of anything else other than shameless. The other cultivators were also dazzled by the scene in front of them, and they sighed in their hearts. Xianmen Tianzong has made a name for himself. He's really amazing. He's just a disciple, and he's already so powerful. How powerful is the mysterious master of the celestial sect of wonders? The group of North Sea cultivators was a little stunned when they thought of that scene. The eyes of Patriarch, he too lit up as soon as he saw the yin and yang life and death formation, as if he had seen a rare treasure. He looked like an old Thai who had seen delicious food, or a pervert who had seen a beautiful woman. When he came back to his senses, he didn't care that he might be affected by the battle. He directly flicked his sleeve, released his magic power, and put his disciples on the ice. Then he pointed to the sky and said, "This is a great opportunity. Look at the formation carefully and study it carefully. If you can gain even a little bit, you'll benefit for the rest of your lives." Li Yuanfang and the others stared blankly at the unfolding yin and yang life and death formation in the sky, and they couldn't help but be stunned. They were far away from the formation and could barely feel the vast and majestic power in the formation. But in just a moment, everyone felt dizzy and their divine souls were shaken and they were almost injured. Patriarch, he too, was so excited that he neglected one thing. Asking his disciples to observe the yin and yang life and death formation was like throwing them into the sea where a tsunami was taking place. Facing the fierce wind and huge waves that were like a catastrophe, they had to figure out the changes and flow of every drop of seawater in it. Although the yin and yang life and death formation didn't treat these people as enemies, just the fluctuations of magic power were enough to make them feel unbearable. Only Li Yuanfang, although his face was pale, his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. He stared at the yin and yang life and death formation and murmured, "The materials used to set up this formation are not complete, and its power is just the tip of the iceberg. The person who presides over the formation hasn't really understood its mystery. But even so, it's too powerful. Even a poor man may not be able to figure out the changes in such a profound and mysterious formation in his whole life." The disciples beside him all fell to the ground. The eldest disciple of Patriarch, he too suppressed the dizziness in his divine soul and gave a muffled snort. "You can understand it again." "I don't understand it. I don't understand it." Li Yuanfang seemed to be answering his question, but also seemed to be talking to himself. "Although I don't understand it, it's really wonderful, too wonderful." After saying that, Li Yuanfang's body swayed, and he also fell to the ground, but his eyes were still fixed on the yin and yang life and death formation above his head. Patriarch, he too, was at the yuanying stage, so the yin and yang life and death formation was not targeting him. He was just a bystander, so he was not like Li Yuanfang and the others who couldn't bear the pressure and almost had their divine soul broken. But he was just a bystander. He calculated the changes of the formation, but after a few steps, he found it difficult to continue. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Such a powerful formation. I only had the same feeling when I secretly watched the Vairocana formation in the past. Although I haven't seen the Supreme Yin and Yang Void formation and the Great Immortal Heaven Sword formation, I think they're just like this, right?" Although the Great Zhou dynasty's divine, martial, immortal extermination formation is fierce, it's not as exquisite as this formation. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yi had already used the yin and yang life and death formation to roll up the white-bearded elder's heaven and earth form and Patriarch Snow Peak's relic. The second and third roll covered the sky and was about to put the others of the Heaven Pool sect in. Suddenly, there was a cold snort between heaven and earth. The void split open, and endless ice flames spread. A figure walked out of the pale flames. It was the sect master of the Heaven Pool sect, Tao Master of Ice and Fire, Chao Wei. The ice flames rolled like waves, instantly covering half of the sky, and surging toward the yin and yang life and death formation. At the other end of the sky, a sea of purple clouds emerged, and Lin Feng's real body slowly walked out. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed, and the magical power of shattering heaven and earth was activated. This spell was used by his real body, and its power was much stronger than that of the Iron Tree doppelganger. The whole sky collapsed, and the wild earth, water, fire, and wind, like an unstoppable torrent, collided with Chao Wei's ice flames. The ice flames kept freezing the space, restabilizing the void, but its power was also exhausted, and it couldn't move forward. The yin and yang life and death formation shrank rapidly in the air, turned into a light spot, and flew back to the center of Lin Feng's eyebrows. Behind him, in the sea of purple clouds, a majestic white jade immortal mountain loomed. The void beside him split open, and a fat old man walked out. He looked at Chao Wei and said with a smile, "Sect Leader Chao, let's not complicate matters that have been settled before." This fat old man was Taoist Master Changle of the Great Qin dynasty. Beside him stood a tall middle-aged man, whose qi and blood were as vigorous as the sun in the sky. He was dressed in the clothes of a northern alien tribe. He was Chao Wei's old rival, Prince Zhuoxian of the northern militant tribe. On the other side of Lin Feng, there were 3 people. The first one was a purple-robed old man who was Taoist Master Blue Thunder of the Purple Cloud sect. Next to Taoist Master Blue Thunder was a white-robed Taoist with white hair and a youthful face. He looked like an immortal and was surrounded by faint white clouds. He was also a powerful figure in the primordial spirit. He was Li Yao, a super minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, who was called Cloud Immortal and Taoist Master Cloud. There was a man in blue standing next to riding Cloud Immortal. His face was thin and simple. As soon as he appeared, all the icy cultivators gasped. They didn't know the others, but as long as they walked around the North Pole Ice Sea, they would know this person. This man called himself Taoist Master Ice Sea. He was a rogue cultivator, and he was the only powerful figure in the primordial spirit of the North Pole Ice Sea. However, he didn't establish a sect and always lived in seclusion. He rarely intervened in the affairs of the North Pole Ice Sea, so he didn't have a strong sense of existence. But he was regarded as the common master of the North Pole Ice Sea by all the practitioners. After Taoist Master Ice Sea showed up, he was still silent. Only the faintly discernible fluctuation of powerful Dharma power showed his identity as a powerful figure in the primordial spirit realm. After the Barren Sea Assembly, a group of powerful figures in the primordial spirit realm gathered again. Their goal this time was undoubtedly the Kuanping hidden treasure below. Chapter 4:17. When the cultivators of the Tianqi sect saw that their sect master had arrived, they became more confident. But when they saw Lin Feng standing there silently, their momentum suddenly weakened. The cultivators from the Arctic Ice Sea all looked at Tao Master Ice Sea, who was next to Lin Feng. Everyone was nervous. In a sense, Tao Master Ice Sea was the supreme ruler of the Arctic Ice Sea. He was a master, and the cultivators of the Ice Sea were naturally the same. But when they saw Lin Feng, Dao Master Chang, Dao Master Lan Ting, Dao Master Riding Cloud, and others standing together with Dao Master Ice Sea. These original masters suddenly felt very depressed. The appearance of other treasures in the Arctic Ice Sea did not attract the attention of these powerful primordial spirit cultivators. Even if there were others who came to find the treasures, they would at most have the strength of Yuan stage. Dao Master Ice Sea could control the situation, and these local bullies could also follow behind and drink the soup. But the Kuan Peng hidden treasure was of great importance. All of a sudden, all the primordial spirit cultivators were attracted. With so many primordial spirit cultivators, Dao Master Ice Sea's right to speak was instantly suppressed. Some of the cultivators of the Ice Sea thought maliciously, with such a treasure, even Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect will be alarmed. Let's see what you can do when they get involved. When you fight like ghosts, we may have a chance to take advantage of it. But unexpectedly, the cultivators of Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect did not show up. In the sky, northern militant Zhuoxian king looked at Chao Wei and smiled. Chao Wei, your Tianqi sect is used to being domineering. Today, you have met an iron plate, haven't you? Chao Wei snorted and stared at Lin Feng. Give back the Dharma and relic of my disciples. Lin Feng said lightly, do you think that if my disciple did not show mercy, your two disciples could have escaped? You have to pay the price for provoking me, Xianmen Tianzong. Chao Wei's face was gloomy, but Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He said slowly, the secret treasure of Kunping is about to be opened. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. There are more important things to do now. Northern militant Prince Zhuoxian, who was beside him, smiled and said, Chao Wei, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can take your disciples and leave. His smile gradually became cold as he said, however, this time, the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure will not belong to your celestial pool sect. Scram as far as you can from the Arctic Ice Sea. If you dare to take a step closer, I, Bei Rong, will be the first to not agree. Dao Master Chang, Lu sighed. He looked at Chao Wei and advised, Sect Master Chao, let's not get involved in the dispute between the juniors. Let the juniors settle it themselves. Silently, Riding Cloud Immortal said, the most important thing now is to ask Sect Master Lin to open the Kuan Peng's treasury. What he said was equivalent to expressing his stance. Although Dao Master Lan Ting did not say anything, he just smiled and did not say anything. However, the news that he personally went to Kunlun Mountain to visit Lin Feng, and they had a good talk, was not a secret. Everyone knew that Purple Cloud Taoism and Celestial Sect of Xianmen were now on good terms. Dao Master Ice Sea also did not speak, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Chao Wei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng. He nodded slowly and said, I will remember this for the time being. I will deal with you later. Lin Feng looked at him and slowly shook his head. Everyone, I now propose that the Celestial Pool sect be excluded from the previous agreement. Chao Wei's eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Feng still looked calm and did not give in. He looked at him and said, Sect Master Chao, with your current appearance, I am very suspicious that you will secretly break the agreement and obstruct us. Dao Master Changle coughed and said, Sect Master Lin, I don't think that is necessary. He thought to himself, nonsense, it doesn't matter who started it. If your disciples' Dharma of heaven and earth were destroyed, would you still be so calm? Oh, by the way, no one in your sect has cultivated the Dharma of heaven and earth. Everyone present could understand Chao Wei's anger. Late-stage Yuanian cultivators were the strongest cultivators below the primordial soul realm in all sections. At the same time, as long as they had enough lifespan, there was hope for them to reach the primordial soul realm. Such people were naturally the root of their lives, but it was forcibly cut off by Xianmen Tianzong. No wonder Chao Wei was furious. Riding Cloud Immortal Li Yao said slowly, "The Celestial Pool sect should not withdraw, but I think Sect Master Chao will definitely make the right decision." Whether it was the Great Zhou dynasty or the Great Qin dynasty, they both adopted an attitude of pulling and beating the Celestial Pool sect, which was located in the northern frontier. In particular, the Great Zhou dynasty was geographically closer to the Celestial Pool sect. In the current situation, Lin Feng controlled all the conditions to open the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure and had the greatest initiative. In order to balance Lin Feng, although the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty were hostile to each other, they were willing to keep the Celestial Pool sect, which was not on good terms with Lin Feng. At the same time, they could also use the Celestial Pool sect to contain the Northern Militant Royal Court. The current situation was like this. They formed an alliance with each other, but also guarded against each other. Thinking of the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure, Chao Wei forcibly suppressed his anger. Although he did not speak, his silence meant that he would abide by the previous agreement. With Chao Wei staying, many people heaved a sigh of relief. That was because when it came to the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure, Lin Feng had too many advantages. His Yujing Mountain was also here. If it really pressed against the entrance of the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure, even if Chao Wei, Riding Cloud Immortal, and all the other Essence Soul Grand Cultivators worked together, they might not be able to break through. However, this kind of behavior could easily provoke public anger. So Lin Feng now divided some of the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure and allowed people from other forces to enter together. Who could get the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure, and how much they could get would depend on their own luck. However, only cultivators below the Essence Soul realm could enter the hidden treasure, and the Essence Soul Grand Cultivators had to stay outside. Lin Feng would not go in himself, including his clone. Lin Feng used the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure as bait and successfully controlled the situation. He turned the tables on the Arctic Ice Sea. The original owner, Icy Sea Dao Master, now needed his permission to send disciples into the hidden treasure. From the beginning, after knowing that Ancestor Kuan, you had leaked the news, Lin Feng already had an idea. He did not intend to keep the Kuan Peng's hidden treasure to himself. Instead, he adopted the method of sharing. Judging from the overall power structure of the Divine Land, Xianmen Tianzong had successfully fought his way out of the encirclement and established his own power and influence. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and the accumulation of the original capital was often the most bloody and cruel. In the past, in order to lead Xianmen Tianzong, Lin Feng did things more violently and fiercely, with a spirit of cutting through thorns and breaking through all obstacles. But now, whether it was Lin Feng himself or Xianmen Tianzong, they had entered a new stage of development, which was to accumulate strength, stabilize the foundation, digest the results of the previous battles, and continue to strengthen their internal hard power. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and slowly become a king. This was Lin Feng's idea. He began to ease the relationship with other external forces to buy time and space for his further development. Of course, there were some conflicts of principle that could not be compromised. For example, Lin Feng fully supported the battle between Shi Tianhao and the dual-pupiled man. The temporary peace now was to prepare for a more powerful outbreak in the future. When Lin Feng's strength and the overall power of Xianmen Tianzong were strengthened to a certain extent, Lin Feng would lead Xianmen Tianzong to the peak of the Divine Land. At that time, they would be able to kill anything and everything in their way. In the process of accumulating strength, building his own network and circle of allies was naturally an important part. The Kuan Peng's hidden treasure this time was a very good opportunity. Previously, he had snatched a lot of cake, so he also took out a piece of cake to share with everyone. so that the benefits would be shared equally. Naturally, there were also distant relatives. If Chao Wei stayed, Lin Feng would definitely not let him off easily. As for Zixiao Taoism, which had always been on good terms with him, Lin Feng would also return the favor. Although Tianqi sect and Xianmen Tianzong were not on good terms, they had a worse relationship with the northern militant imperial court. Through the existence of Tianqi sect, they could also restrain the northern militant imperial court. The Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty were like fire and water. Even if they joined forces, the alliance was extremely fragile. At this time, they were competing to win over Xianmen Tianzong. Zixiao Taoism was the most stable ally of Xianmen Tianzong at present because of the support of Tao Master Lan Ting. Even if other people really joined forces, Lin Feng was completely confident to deal with them. Tao Master Ice Sea was the original real owner of the Arctic Ice Sea, and the Kunpeng's hidden treasure was also on his land. At this moment, Lin Feng turned the tables and offered Buddha to others. It was impossible to say that there was no resentment in his heart. However, he was alone, and the general situation had been determined. If he didn't want to really be excluded, he could only acquiesce to Lin Feng's leadership position and get a chance to get a share of the cake. Do you really think that I am so generous? Then you are all broken. Lin Feng laughed in his heart. As long as the cultivators of primordial spirit stage did not go down, even if everyone rushed into the Kunpeng's hidden treasure, the final treasure would most likely belong to Xianmen Tianzong. This was not because Lin Feng was confident in himself, but he was confident in his group of disciples, especially in Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao. What a joke! What was the Kunpeng's hidden treasure? It was a copy. How could the one who was chosen fail in a copy? They were already being merciful by not using the halo of annihilation to trap all the others. Through this way of dividing the cake, the key was that Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong held the cake knife in their hands, so there was a lot of room for manipulation. In Lin Feng's view, this time the Kunpeng's hidden treasure had gained a lot of intangible benefits other than the treasure. Tao Master Lan Ting sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. Sect Master Lin, are you sure that Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect won't intervene? Lin Feng smiled and also replied with a voice transmission. If Tao Master Lan Ting doesn't believe me, why not make a bet with me? Tao Master Lan Ting laughed. I won't bet with you. I can see that at the Barren Sea Magic Conference. You have never lost if you dare to bet. Lin Feng smiled, but did not say anything. In fact, Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect had planned to send people over. However, not long ago, Lin Feng finally straightened out his thoughts. Lin Feng had a guess about the identity of the great sage of the demon clan, who controlled the solitary dark skeleton behind Kunyue. This guess moved Yan Mingyue and Taishu Temple. In exchange, Yan Mingyue not only did not rush over, but also blocked the people of Mount Shu Sword Sect for Lin Feng. My guess is at least 80% accurate. While Lin Feng was thinking, Tao Master Changle said with a smile, Sect Master Lin, let's start. Chapter 4:18. Hearing Tao Master Changle's proposal, the other primordial spirit experts all looked over. Lin Feng smiled, silently clapped his hands, and the silhouette of Yujing Mountain above his head instantly became clear. Feeling the tremendous pressure brought by Yujing Mountain, the expressions of the primordial spirit experts didn't change, but their eyes grew solemn. The other cultivators with lower cultivation levels even faintly revealed a look of fear. Lin Feng directed his magic power, and a golden flame suddenly flew out from Yujing Mountain. It was the true sun fire. This was not activated by Lin Feng's own magic power, but directly through the mysterious heaven treasure tree. extracting the true sun fire of the golden crow great saint suppressed in the mysterious heaven-time light cave. Lin Feng had squeezed out the last drop of the demon race great saint's marrow, not wasting even the slightest bit. Using his own body to activate the true sun fire consumed too much magic power. In such a complex environment, he naturally had to try his best to maintain himself at his peak state. It's a pity that the fire ice fruit can't be used, otherwise it would be suitable for the current situation. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. The fire ice fruit was a treasure Lin Feng had obtained through the system's lottery after he had just formed his gold core. It was an extremely cold fruit that grew on the fire tree in extremely hot places. This fruit had both cold and hot properties. When it encountered extreme cold, it would turn cold air into fire. The colder it was, the hotter it would be. When it encountered extreme heat, it would turn fire into ice. The hotter it was, the colder it would be. Under normal circumstances, if one threw the fire ice fruit at an extremely cold ice soul, it would immediately turn the ice soul into raging fire. It would continuously melt the other ice souls, and the fire would grow stronger and stronger. Soon, the ice would be broken, but the fire ice fruit had a limit. It could not convert fire into ice, but it could not convert fire into ice. On the contrary, the 10,000-year mysterious ice, as an extremely cold object, also exceeded the limit of the fire ice fruit and could not be converted into raging fire. Suppressing the regret in his heart, Lin Feng controlled the true sun fire to land on the 10,000-year mysterious ice. The iron tree doppelganger had already left with Tunten. The raging true sun fire descended, constantly melting the ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Dao Master Changle looked at the true fire of the sun and the mysterious ice that had frozen time and space. He sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, he is the only one here who can control the true fire of the sun. The rest of us can't break the mysterious ice. The chubby old man shook his head. He suddenly turned his head and saw Cloud, immortal of the great Zhou's Cloud Xian. The gazes of the two essence soul experts met lightly before they looked away and sighed in their hearts. Lin saw Lin Master Lin Lin's eyes, and Tian Qi, and Master Long Yin Tian Zhou, and began. Heaven and earth treasures like the 7 great true fires are extremely rare. Like Xiao Yin, who has quite a few true fires at once, it is completely an anomaly. It has never been seen before, and it is very difficult for there to be someone like him in the future. Among the 7 true of Tian Tian Shun, Tian 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 Tribulation Flame, and Xidagarba true of Tian Tian Shun were ownerless and hidden. The Golden Crow clan controlled the true sun fire. The Phoenix clan controlled the pure yang fire, and Xiao Zhen Er's clan controlled the Nanmingli fire. Then there was the reincarnation sect's heavenly way in the divine land that controlled the Red Lotus hellfire. They were also the people who were most likely to steal business from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already received accurate information that the internal conflicts of the reincarnation sect had completely erupted recently. They had put on a full-scale martial arts show and were all in a mess. Although the reincarnation sect had the Red Lotus hellfire, they didn't have the time to deal with the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. But Lin Feng did not let his guard down. Other than the true sun fire, pure yang true fire, Nanmingli fire, and Red Lotus karmic fire, of the remaining 3 types of true fire, the Nether Evil Emperor is currently in Xiao Yan's hands and is nothing to worry about. Fox Yen had the black, heavenly tribulation flame, but she was now on Yujing Mountain. The only problem was the Xidagarba true of Tian Tian Shun. According to what Lin Feng knew, Yu Hongyan's master, Zhang Lai, controlled the Xidagarba true of Tian Tian Shun. Zhang Lai's whereabouts were always uncertain, whether he was a lone wolf or had a powerful force behind him. Lin Feng still couldn't tell. If he joined a powerful force, then his sudden appearance with the Xidagarba True of Tian Tian Shun could change the situation. Although the possibility was small, Lin Feng had to be careful. There was no harm in considering more things. Fortunately, such an accident didn't happen until Lin Feng used the true sunfire to break the ice. The thick ice layer, which was thousands of meters deep, was finally broken. In the dark Heaven Time Cave, the Golden Crow Great Sage, who had been tortured by the giant sword, was exhausted. The 10,000-year mysterious ice melted, and what appeared in front of everyone was a black ground, which seemed to be paved with pure black tiles. There seemed to be no signs of life, nor was there any Dharma power or spiritual chi. But Lin Feng and the others could feel the hidden undercurrent surging under the black ground. Ancestor, he too stared at the black ground, then turned to his disciples and said slowly, "This is the restriction set up by Kuan Peng before he died. It used his own remains as the material, and it is incredibly powerful. Although it doesn't have the ability to attack, its defense is as strong as when Kuan Peng was still alive." Not only Li Yuanfang and the others, but also the other cultivators stared blankly at the dark ground under the ice. It was dark and gloomy, but it revealed an indestructible aura. The area that Lin Feng broke through was limited. Looking around the ice, he could vaguely see that the black hole was huge, and he couldn't see the edge at all. Tao Master Chang Lu and Immortal Riding Cloud looked at each other again and smiled bitterly. The advantage that Lin Feng had at hand was not only the true fire of the sun, which could break the 10,000-year mysterious ice, but according to Lin Feng, he had the pure Kuan Peng bloodline, which was the key to opening the restriction. Without the pure Kuan Peng bloodline, it was very difficult to break the restriction left by Kuan Peng before he died. After all, the great sage Kuan Peng, who died here, was said to be a great demon at the third realm of the immortal demon soul. Even if all the people here worked together, they might not be able to break the defensive restriction left by him. Even if they could break it, if the great sage Kuan Peng left a trap when the restriction was forcibly broken, the treasure itself would collapse, and then everyone would be in vain. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a blue bloodline flew into the air like a blue lightning constantly swaying in the air. This was the Kuan Peng bloodline he refined after killing Ancestor Kuan Yu. Ancestor Kuan Yu was originally a human. After refining the Kuan Peng bloodline into his body, the original pure Kuan Peng bloodline became tainted. Lin Feng also expended a lot of effort before he was able to refine and separate it. Looking at the black ground below, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed. The blue bloodline in the air flew down and fell on the dark ground. Boom! When the blue bloodline fell on the black ground suddenly shone with a golden light. Endless brilliance kept flowing, reflecting the remaining ice cliffs around it into a golden color. Innumerable incantations and seals rose and fell in the golden light, jumping nonstop. The golden light rose and soared into the sky, turning the clouds in the sky into a dazzling golden cloud, dazzling to the eyes. Around the golden light, circles of light waves spread out like water ripples, constantly impacting everything around it. Everyone was dazzled. The array formation made by the remains of the dead is already so powerful. If this Kuan Peng was still alive, how powerful would it be? Lin Feng and the other big shots didn't have time to admire it. They all looked down and saw the source of the golden light. The solid black ground suddenly undulated, as if the ground had turned into a sea in an instant. As the waves rolled, they started to spin continuously. A huge vortex appeared in the center and kept expanding. In the end, it completely turned into a violent vortex that kept spreading in all directions. Even the sturdy 1,000-year-old mystic ice was shivering in front of the raging vortex. The center of the black vortex gradually became a dark and deep hole, like an abyss. That was the real entrance to the Kuan Peng treasury. Through the black vortex, they arrived at the entrance of the Kuan Peng treasury and entered it. On the other side of the entrance, Lin Feng and the others could faintly hear the sound of the tsunami and the storm. As the vortex rotated, the nearby space was violently twisted, constantly bursting out sounds, as if one world and another were squeezed together at the boundary, constantly rubbing and breaking. When Lin Feng and the others saw this scene, their faces all revealed solemn expressions. Before the Kuan Peng great saint died here, he used a secret method to combine his body with the array and refined it into a minor kiliocosm, turning it into an independent space. The so-called opening of the Kuan Peng treasury with the bloodline of the Kuan Peng was actually to open the space channel between the boundless world of the divine land and this minor kiliocosm. Lin Feng slowly said, "Everyone, according to the agreement, we will stand guard here and send our disciples in. How many treasures they can obtain in the secret treasure is completely up to their luck. If there are others who come later, we will work together to stop them." Dao Master Lan Lei and Prince Zuoxian immediately said, "That's right." Dao Master Chang Lu and Flying Cloud Immortal also nodded at the same time. "As per the agreement, we will stay here to guard." Lin Feng glanced at Dao Master Ice Sea and said, "The number of disciples from the other sects is limited. Cultivators from the Arctic Ice Sea can also enter if they are not Dao Master Ice Sea's disciples, but the number must be limited. The specific candidates should be decided by Dao Master Ice Sea." Since he had taken the initiative, Lin Feng didn't mind sharing some benefits with Dao Master Ice Sea on other issues, letting him show mercy in his base camp, the Arctic Ice Sea, to save some face. Dao Master Ice Sea silently glanced at Lin Feng and slowly nodded. Although his expression was indiscernible, he finally said, "Okay." On the other side, Chao Wei still remained silent and did not speak. Lin Feng did not look at him. He thought to himself, "If you don't fall out with me directly, then you're definitely going to play dirty. I purposely left Dao Jiqiang behind for you to use as a target. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 419. On the Arctic Ice Sea, a layer of ice was completely broken. Within a radius of a few miles, all the ice melted, and a bright golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The clouds were steaming, stirring the clouds in the sky into a golden color, dyeing this part of the world. Countless runes and talismans kept surging in the golden beam of light, and from it came a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. Below the golden pillar of light was a pitch-black, gigantic vortex that was constantly rotating. Even under the illumination of the dazzling golden light, it was still pitch-black. The vortex did not make any sound as it rotated, like an abyss that devoured all light and sound. In the deepest part of the vortex, there was a hole which was connected to another world. It was the burial place of Kuanping, the real location of the secret treasure. Only by entering that spirit space could one hope to get the secret treasure of Kuanping. Although they had not entered yet, Lin Feng and the other big shots could feel the endless evil qi contained in it. Obviously, the secret treasure of Kuanping was not a sunny sightseeing place. On the contrary, it was full of danger and killing intent. Dao Master Changle said, "Rumor has it that the Kuanping that was buried here was a great demon who had cultivated the third realm of the immortal demon soul. The Kuanping became a Kuan in the water and was the largest demon in the sea. When this Kuanping was alive, its original body was thousands of miles long, even tens of thousands of miles long. Just some of the parasites in its body, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation and absorbing a small amount of essence qi from the dead Kuanping, are enough to transform into fierce monsters. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Yes, not to mention that this spirit space was originally formed by the combination of Kuanping's body and the formation. There must be many powerful restrictions in the formation. Chung Yunxian Chao Wei, and the others could not help but look at Lin Feng. Before, Lin Feng opened the restriction with the Kuanping bloodline, but it only opened the door to the secret treasure of Kuanping. There were still many powerful restrictions inside the secret treasure. If Lin Feng had extra Kuanping bloodline, it would be an advantage for Xianmen Tianzong. Everyone, please choose your candidates. Lin Feng said lightly. He came to the side of Zhu Yi and the other disciples. Little Shi Tianhao giggled and said, Master, I really want that Saraira. Zhu Yi said, Little junior brother, that's the remains of a Buddhist monk. It was desecrated and refined into a magic weapon. Let's let it return to ashes and dust to dust. Shi Tianhao pursed his lips and said, Second senior brother, you just said that you're also interested. That's right, I did say that. Zhu Yi nodded calmly. But I'm not interested in the Saraira itself. I'm interested in the Dharma of the unmovable Buddha scripture contained in it. I hope to comprehend it and inherit what that eminent monk had learned when he was alive, instead of using it as an artifact like the Heavenly Pool sect. On the side, Lin Feng silently grinned when he heard this. Even though he had already returned those 24 Saraira to the ruins of the great Thunder Sound Temple's pagoda forest, when he first obtained them, Lin Feng's own cultivation was still low. He had once used the Saraira as an artifact to fight people. This could also be considered a dark history from when he was weaker. This Saraira should be sent back to the great Thunder Sound Temple in the future. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao and said with a smile, However, it's not easy to extract the true meaning of the unmovable Buddha scripture. If it was easy, Chao Wei and the Heavenly Pool sect would have already succeeded. Previously, with those 24 Saraira, Lin Feng had once used the 24 Heaven Arhut formation to successfully activate the great divine abilities of the unmovable Wisdom King and the Ksitigarbha Golden Body. But that was because he had already grasped the art of Akala and the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to mobilize the hidden power in the Saraira out of thin air. Ancestor Snowy Peak had successfully refined the Saraira in front of him with the help of a huge amount of resources and experts of the Skypool sect. Now he could activate part of the magical power of the unmovable Tathagata Sutra, but it was only superficial. It was a dream to analyze the complete unmovable Buddha scripture from it. Even Chao Wei and the Ice and Fire Elders couldn't do it. They could destroy the Saraira by force, but to deduce the Tao method from the Saraira was not a problem that could be solved by force. Shi Tianhao shrugged his shoulders and did not insist. His interest soon shifted to the Kuanping secret treasure below. Master, you really don't want to go down? Yes, Master will watch over it for you outside. Lin Feng nodded. Not only his body, but his doppelganger would also not go down. This was also the agreement between him and the other primordial spirit Big Shots. Besides, the yin and yang life and death array would not be taken down by Zhu Yi and the others. This was not part of the agreement, but Lin Feng's own decision. When the ancient desolate sea world was bombarded by the 9 lights sky-shattering array, Lin Feng still felt a little scared after thinking about it. If anything had gone wrong, all of his personal disciples would have been killed, except for Xiao Yin. Therefore, he still left the yin and yang life and death array this time. In case something unexpected happened, it could stabilize the spirit space of the Kuanping secret treasure. Thinking of the 9 lights sky-shattering array, Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. Qiong Qi, please don't let me catch your tail, or you will die this time. After combining all kinds of clues, Lin Feng speculated that the great sage of the demon clan, standing behind ancestor Kuan, was the great sage Cheong Chi, who attacked everyone at the Desolate Sea Magic Conference. The Sunyang Essence Stone, the primordial flaming essence stone, the 10,000-year-old willow root, these were the treasures that the great sage of the demon clan had asked ancestor Kuan Yu to find. The Sunyang Essence Stone was extremely precious. Together with the true fire of the sun, they were the two rare treasures that contained the most essence of sunlight. Compared with the fierceness of the true fire, the Sunyang Essence Stone contained the essence of sunlight that was much gentler. The primordial flaming essence stone was a treasure from the desert sea in the west of the Divine Land. Its fire elemental essence was extremely pure and rich. In terms of quality, it was not inferior to the 7 great true fires. However, the power of the true fire was the source of living water, and it was constantly being regenerated. The primordial flaming essence stone, on the other hand, was a solidified crystal. The primordial flaming essence stone was a treasure that could only be found by luck. It contained extremely powerful and pure life force of plants. All of these were the best materials for setting up the 9 lights sky-shattering array. Although it was not the best, and it was not perfect, it was enough to let the 9 lights sky-shattering array unleash more than half of its power. If all the treasures used for setting up the array were of this level, the power of the 9 lights sky-shattering array would be even greater than that of the Barren Sea Assembly. In terms of perfection, the skeleton of the dark beast, Mingdu, was the best carrier for the power of the hidden luminous Ketu and the dark desolation of the Luoho. After verifying these things, Lin Feng had a guess in his heart. After escaping from the Qin dynasty after the Barren Sea ancient world, great sage Cheongqi did not hide back in the infinite mainland. Instead, he found an independent medium-class world in the void turbulence and hid there. Once the existence of the 9 lights sky-shattering array was exposed, there would be many powerful demon clans coveting it in the infinite mainland. Everyone wanted to control such a powerful array. When the Cheongqi clan returned to the infinite mainland, the trouble had just begun. It was better to hide outside and wait for the news to die down. Previously, great sage Cheongqi was able to avoid the eyes and ears of the great Qin Empire, traverse hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and lay in ambush near the North Wind Sea. Of course, this was because of the help of the human spies, but they definitely had special concealment methods. After seeing Kuan Yu's illusionary mirage talisman, Lin Feng completely understood. When Kuan Yu, who was at the late nascent soul stage, used this thing, people below the essence soul stage would not be able to easily discover his whereabouts. But if it was used by great sage Cheongqi of the undying demon soul stage, then as long as his own aura was not leaked, even essence soul stage powerhouses would find it difficult to discover him from a certain distance. After sorting out these clues, Lin Feng decisively sent the news to Yan Mingyue and the Taishu Temple. To be fair, as the Divine Land and the #1 sacred land of the human cultivation world, the Taishu Temple did one thing very well. Be it the conservatives or the radicals, they all had a high degree of unity in their attitude towards the demon clan. Any threat from the demon clan would attract their attention, and they would make it their first priority to attack. Yan Mingyue was originally in charge of investigating the 9 lights sky-shattering array, so she already had some clues. After combining the information provided by Lin Feng, she could almost conclude that the demon clan hiding in that medium-sized world was definitely related to great sage Cheongqi and the 9 lights sky-shattering array. Back then, there was more than one great sage of the demon clan who drove the 9 lights sky-shattering array. Although ancestor Kuan, you had only seen one great sage of the demon clan in the medium-sized world, it was very likely that only one great sage of the demon clan had come out to contact him. Now, the entire Cheongchi demon clan might be hiding in that medium-sized world. Yan Mingyue and the Taishu temple needed time to prepare and further verify the accuracy of the information. During this time, Lin Feng could take advantage of the time to solve the matter of the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. After that, he could use the talisman that Ancestor Kuan Yu had given him to determine the exact location of the medium-sized world and bring Yan Mingyue and the others there. After a while, the primordial spirit experts had basically chosen the people who would enter the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. All of them were led by late-stage Yuanying ancestor Kuan Yu, and at the same time, the main force was led by Yuanying stage cultivators and a group of outstanding rising stars. The former were responsible for obtaining the secret treasure, while the latter were mainly for training. On Lin Feng's side, Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao came down the mountain, with the four demon kings Jie Yu, King Kuei Niu, King Feilian, and Tunten, as well as Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, two people who could not be judged by common sense. The lineup was quite complete. However, without a late-stage Yuanying ancestor to lead the team, it looked a little weak in the Kuan Peng's secret treasure. In particular, when the others saw Lin Feng take back the yin and yang life and death formation instead of handing it over to Zhu Yi and the others, their eyes lit up. Some of them even sneered inwardly, as if they were waiting to take revenge after they entered the secret treasure. These people thought that they had done it secretly, but in fact, Lin Feng had seen it all. He smiled leisurely and flicked his finger. A flame rushed into the space between Shi Tianhao's eyebrows and then disappeared. At this time, Dao Master Lan Ting came over. He looked at a girl who was quietly hiding behind King Kuei Niu and said with a kind smile, "Is this the little girl of the Jun family?" Jun Xining's face suddenly turned pale, and she smiled bitterly in her heart. "My Dao Master Grandpa, how can a big shot like you recognize a little girl like me? This is troublesome. My family will come to the divine land to catch me if they find out